Test,
Test.
test, 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 test.
Test. Yeah.
Test. That was. Okay, there, that's better. Thank you. Okay. Bev, do you know who's up first to begin the proclamation or begin the honoring?
Yes, I believe it's all in one proclamation. I'm not sure which board member has the
Oh, okay.
proclamation
So
this
it's just you.
evening.
Okay, I guess it's you. All right. Okay, we're turning over to Mr. Kaczynski.
Okay.
Sounds
thank you.
wonderful.
Thank you. So first, before I read the proclamation, I just wanted to congratulate the students and staff who I know have worked very hard to not only keep the program running, but to achieve at a very high level that's evidenced in the proclamation that we're going to read today. And we're all living in a time where I think the value and the meaning of our extracurricular activities and the time that we devote to those is very important to all of us. And so I wanted to thank our staff, the parents of these students, and the students themselves for just the terrific work and the dedication for finding a way to continue these programs and to do an excellent job during a difficult time. So thank you very much. And with that, I will read a quite lengthy proclamation to honor you, and I apologize in advance for any damage to any names. Whereas the Illinois Music Educators Association competitions are considered the most prestigious statewide student recognition program in music education, and whereas every year thousands of students from schools across the greater Chicagoland area audition for the honor of being selected for the Illinois Music Education Association All-District Band, Chorus, Orchestra, and Jazz Band, and whereas this program recognizes some of the best musicians in the state of Illinois and rewards excellence on the part of individual students while encouraging further music study and artistry. And whereas the following students were selected for the junior and senior ILMEA district festivals: Annalise Bazile, Dane Hinsley, Nick Quintus, Rose Manicky, Tessa Olson, Reese Pavlik, Owen Popopsky, Danny Sanders, Charles Scanlon, Amarin Sharma, Jay Wanson, Elizabeth Yu, Quinn Olson, Jackson Nels, Ryan DeMott, and Alyssa Poley. Excuse me for a moment. Find my place. In addition, we have Sarah Antis, Christina Bibiano, Kate Bigani, Will Brick, Jason DeMott, Annabella Liukas, Matthew Markwald, Tessa Schultz, Kayla Sullivan, Emma Sullivan, Christopher Davis, Alyssa Hall, Ella Hong, Maglina Iljahedi, Benjamin Melzer, Evangeline Morton, Oliver Pena, Eleanor Richardson, Molly Richardson, Henry Teague, Robert Berner, Noah Choi, Samuel Deverman, Julian Dominguez, Emily Lewis, Colin Mahoney, Vasily Malamis, Lauren Miller, Haley Morgan, George Redfern, Nick Hilresh Shamwala, Anderson Roth, Emma Salamanca, Olivia Sievman, and Audrey Swain. And whereas several D205 students earned the top score among all students auditioning on their instruments and were first chair in their section, including Rose Menicini, first chair alto saxophone in the honor band. Junior Charles Scanlon, first chair trombone in the honor jazz band. Junior Reese Pavlik, first chair tuba in the honor orchestra. And senior Elizabeth Yu, first chair violin in the honor orchestra, making her the concert master for the senior orchestra. Terrific job. And whereas this accomplishment brings pride and prestige to York Community High School, Bryan Middle School, Church Middle School, Sandburg Middle School, and District 205 and its community, and now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express congratulations to these students, their parents, and faculty members of the York Performing Arts Division, Brian Berg, Matthew Cotton, Cassandra Deck, William Ernst, John Gaunt, Christopher Jemkow, Heather Knight, Cynthia Kraus, Kimberly Lambert Hock, Rebecca Marionetti, Ray Ostwald, Michael Pavlik, Lindsay Sickinger, Kevin Snyder, Jamie Steinberg, Jessica Tevosian, Ricardo Vasquez, and the entire District 205 music faculty for this outstanding accomplishment. So after all of that, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Having kids in the music and choir, I know that that is a very prestigious honor. So thank you for all the hard work that got you there, and keep on. And we look forward to hearing you in person very soon. So take care. Congratulations. All right, thank you. Okay, so we're going to have a bit of a pause while, is that correct, RJ? We have a little bit of a technology lull. So just a minute. It's all right. You know what? I have enough for a while. I can miss my photo. Hmm? Is that a real go or?
We are good to go. Let me just confirm we're good to go, though. I think we're good to go.
We are good to go, but let me just confirm. Almost. Hey, do you want this one, Shay? No. Oh, well, if I need it, I'll just.
We're good to go. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, next item on the agenda is public comment. There will be 30 minutes allocated for public comments with up to 3 minutes per public comment speaker concerning items on this agenda, as well as communication, petitions, reports from citizens or representatives of other public agencies. Due to the fact that people making public comment in person are not in the room to hear this statement, it has been provided to them in writing as they wait for the opportunity to speak. As with all public comments, please note that it is the board's practice to listen to public comments with interest in what is being shared and not to provide a response or to engage in discussions. In order for the board to maintain civility and decorum of the meeting, we ask you be courteous and respectful to members of the board, our district leadership team, district staff, and the process for providing your public comment. Please state your name when you come to the podium. Please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes so we can hear as many speakers in providing their public comment. There is a timekeeper. They will let you know when it is time to begin and wrap up your comment. There will be a 30 minutes allocated for in-person public comment. Written public comments received will be individually acknowledged but will not be read at the meeting. Board members will review the written public comments, and they will be posted on the district website. So at this time, I'd like to invite Luke Malaga to come in. Hi, Luke. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left, okay? All right.
Test, test.
There we go. All right, good evening, board members. My name is Luke Malaga, and I'm a senior at York High School who plays football and basketball. Now, I wanted to come here and talk about my perspective as a student athlete in our district and in our state. Now, I don't know if you guys heard, but there was a senior at Glenbrook North who took his own life recently named Dylan Buckner. Now, this is extremely disturbing to me because I see himself as a carbon copy of myself. He is a senior who had a 4.7 GPA, a 34 ACT, and had offers to play football at MIT. He had a bright future ahead of him. Now, it actually has woken some people up, the fact that he took his own life, and has made people start to think how this lockdown, how our response to this pandemic is affecting the youth. And I think that is extremely disturbing. The fact that someone has to kill themselves for people to start listening is very frightening as a student. Football has many impacts. It's not the stats. It's not being out there scoring touchdowns. It's being there with my friends, with my teammates, with my coaches. We were able to have a team environment and fight for a common goal that apparently isn't important anymore. It's hard to see every other 40 plus other states doing it about an hour away from us playing sports while we're sitting at home being able to do nothing. And canceling sports is having a negative effect, not just on mental health, but on COVID cases. When you take away sports, you're taking away safe, controlled environments with coaches and goals. It's not having a positive effect. Kids are gathering now more than ever because they have nothing to do. When you have sports, you have people coming together and actually respecting the restrictions because there's a point to it. So it's not helping. Now, I have another interesting perspective. I am going to be an incoming freshman at Cornell University playing football in the fall in the Ivy League. Now, I benefited from my junior year to get recruited. This is not just about seniors, and this is not just about seniors. Juniors, there's going to be a whole grade of juniors who aren't able to go to college because of taking away sports. If I don't have my junior year of film, I would not be going to Cornell University. That is a life-changing decision. Now I ask you to please understand the plight of these kids. Now I'm going to provide you with ways you can help. Now I'm asking for your full support. I am not the only one who thinks like this. Dr. Moore, I ask you to please use your contacts to talk to Governor Pritzker and talk to other superintendents to fight for the kids, because it feels like we have no voice often. I'm giving you ways you can help us. We need to have your full support, especially if Governor Pritzker gives us the go-ahead. And also, if that doesn't happen, and it's like the winter, and the IHSA said we could play sports, if the district signed off on it, I ask you to please let us play. Even if we don't get the go-ahead, it doesn't mean we can't play. And if you guys go ahead, I guarantee other districts will follow. This is bigger than just scoring touchdowns and going to school. This is kids' lives at stake.
Thank you.
For allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Okay, next is Laura Maniola.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. I would like to speak for a group that has been largely overlooked in the discussion of the effects of the last 10 months, the class of 21. You only get one senior year and the days are passing quickly. Over break, I had the chance to listen to and ask questions of my daughter, a member of the class of 21, and her friends about where they are mentally, emotionally, academically. The kids are not all right. To begin, when asked about academics, and I quote a York senior, quote, "We are not being held accountable right now online since there's just no way for that. So we're not retaining information and won't be ready for AP tests. Also, by not being held accountable to be good students in general, it's going to hurt us a lot when transitioning to college next year." AP exams last spring were given remotely and many accommodations were made by the testing board. It has been widely confirmed in District 205 to expect that only 50 to 60% of curriculum will be covered, hardly enough to master all it is needed to score high enough for college credit on an AP exam. York offers a lot of AP classes and preps students very well for success on these exams. My other daughter went to a top college with 27 AP credit hours thanks to hard work and rigorous instruction at York. She graduated in 4 years with 2 degrees in accountancy and mathematics and was able to do a semester in London. How many AP credits can the current juniors and seniors at York hope to achieve under current circumstances? Future tuition expenditures as well as future earnings are on the line for the next 4 years and beyond for these kids. Therefore, I ask that when making decisions about York, place the senior class at the head of the line and do everything possible to increase the amount of time spent on in-person instruction for these students. My second point, which may be more important, involves the loss of development of valuable interpersonal skills. Again, you only get one senior year. When it is your turn to be the team captain, club president, section leader in band or orchestra, leading teammates in virtual practices or presiding over Zoom meetings severely limits the ability to lead by example, mentor younger classmates, and develop bonds with students of similar interests. I implore Dr. Moyer, the 205 administration, and the York staff to advocate with the IHSA on behalf of our students for these activities to be restored. 44 other states have successfully reinstated high school sports over the fall and early winter. Why are we so far behind on this? Our students desperately need your help in doing what is best for them, and these activities are crucial to their physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Please speak loudly on behalf of our students to the elected leaders who are making these decisions. Finally, I hear a lot about teachers and staff who want to be back in class and believe it is safe to do so, as has been shown elsewhere. In addition to the issues of students I've heard about teachers breaking down on Zoom school in front of their classes because they want to see their students, to know them as people, to understand if they are getting the material. D205 teachers, if you want to be back in the classroom, go back to your classrooms. Let parents know what you need to feel safe. Purifiers, plexiglass shields. We will help you if we are allowed. Remember, you only get one senior year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Meredith Vogel.
Dear Board of Education, administration, teachers, and parents, thank you for the opportunity to speak in person tonight. In the D205 plan, it states you believe all students should be provided in-person learning to the greatest extent possible, and Wednesdays are to be used for remote instruction with intensive intervention programming. I do not see any intensive intervention programming done on Wednesdays for our elementary students. The remote setting is exactly the same each day. The plan also says that a high priority should be placed on providing in-person instruction with students with IEPs and 504 plans and for students under the age of 13. Our IEP children have been getting their minutes remotely for months, and we still are not using Wednesdays for elementary to get them in the building. We need to modify the plan at a minimum to get our IEP students in on Wednesdays and rotate in all A and B elementary students in on this day as well. We must be using every single space available every single day. It is unacceptable that our middle schoolers are only attending, in some cases, only 4 days in person in January. Please provide the science and/or third-party evidence that clearly indicates that it is harmful to return to school if we cannot maintain 6 feet apart at all times. In November 2020, Harvard School of Public Health published an article stating 3 feet should be the default for social distancing for school. The WHO recommends 1 meter when possible. The CDC and IDPH recommend 6 feet only when feasible, and the AAP just recommends masks if desks are less than 6 feet apart. A recent evaluation of 172 studies from 16 countries found no additional benefit at 6 feet versus 3 feet. Surely this evidence suffices for Sandberg and Bryan to make an AB schedule work. Finally, to our community, the negative rhetoric on social media and words used by the ETC like hasty return to school is not helpful and simply incorrect. We've been trying to get our kids back to school the day after the doors close in October, and over 40 school days later, we open the doors and this is viewed as hasty. I respectfully disagree. For those who are angry by the messages from the parents in this community begging and pleading for a return to school, let me be clear. We do not want teachers and children to die from COVID-19. We believe the teachers in this district are fantastic. We don't, however, see the data or science behind the concerns to return to school. Show us the science, show us the data that demonstrates unsafe conditions if we return to school. We do, however, see data that shows that schools are safe when appropriate safe measures are in place, and that doesn't always have to be 6 feet apart. We also see data that mental health is becoming a greater concern every day. Another high school student in Chicagoland area committed suicide last week. Are we just waiting until something horrifying happens in this town? I am here simply to be an advocate for my children and every child in this community. I will never apologize for that.
Thank you.
I see our community come together to dial back the tone, break the negativity,
you.
and work together. Please figure it out.
Jean
we need to
Hogan?
say yes to 5 days in person. Thank you.
Jean Hogan?
Good evening. Despite the absolutely incredible efforts of D205 teachers and staff, children simply aren't meant to live their life on Zoom. While I applaud the return to hybrid, it's time we move forward to full in-person education. It is important for the record to lay out the facts. We know so much more than we did 9 months ago. For example, this week, a study by Duke University researchers looked at 90,000 students and found extremely limited within-school COVID transmission and no instances of child-to-adult spread in schools. We have seen these same conclusions replicated in nearly every study to date. This includes studies done by UNICEF, taking data from 140 countries. University of Chicago Medical Center did a study of 9,000 Illinois students, Chicago Department of Public Health, which looked at 20,000 students, and Brown University, who has been tracking over 4 million students since September. CDC Director Dr. Redfield said, "We now have substantial data that shows that schools' face-to-face learning can be conducted in K through 12. The science shows us time and time again that the benefits of in-person school outweigh the risks, even when community transmission is high." Lost in the hyperfocus of COVID numbers is the youth mental health pandemic. Chicago's own Lurie's Children's Hospital said this week, "While we have a COVID-19 pandemic, we also have a mental health pandemic. We are busier than we have ever been from a mental health point of view. We are seeing more and more kids in deeper trouble than they usually are." Currently, mental health professionals for youth in Illinois cannot take any more patients, and their waiting lists are months long. There have been 18 youth suicides in Illinois this year, but only 12 people under age 20 that have died from COVID. 0 COVID deaths under age 20 in DuPage County. It is also clear that our children are academically falling behind compared to their peers attending full in-person school. A Stanford study found that on average in Illinois, students have lost more than a year in reading progress and are about a year and a half behind in math as well. D205 has had to cease assigning grades to social studies and science in order to focus on reading and math deficiencies in K through 5. The district also released data to the local press stating that there has been an increase in D's and F's this year for middle school and high school. These realities are not the same for other students in Elmhurst and in Illinois and around the country who are in school full-time every day while D205 is not. I'll conclude with the observation that we have public and private schools everywhere that have implemented creative solutions for teacher shortages, social distancing, having students learning and eating in the classroom every day. Why aren't we adopting those same solutions? You have thousands of families in this community imploring you to say yes to get our kids back in school full-time. We have asked our children to sacrifice enough. It is time we make our children the priority. Please move forward with full in-person education. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Natalie Escama. Sorry, I don't know how to say your last name. I'm sorry. Oh, there we go.
Hi, first of all, thank you for taking the time to allow parents to make public comments. I truly hope that our comments and emails will be a catalyst for change at District 205. I'm wondering why and who made the decision for our children to only be allowed to eat outside. Additionally, why are they only given 35 minutes of break time during the day? In regards to snacks and lunch, research tells us that our kids need to eat during the day to be successful and to learn. There are many articles, papers, dissertations, etc., that detail the importance of food during the day. According to the National Education Association, food is a need, not a want. If we want kids to be able to concentrate and grow and be healthy and happy, we must see that they are fed. Our children are now being told to eat in freezing weather. When my son returned home from school yesterday, he said he couldn't feel his fingers during his break and he didn't eat. How is it that schools across the country are allowing kids to eat? How is it that Mary Queen, one parking lot across the street from Emerson, where my son attends, is allowing kids to eat inside and take breaks throughout the day? How is it that every private school is doing the same and has done so successfully all year long? Whoever passed this mandate is doing a terrible disservice to our children. It's not fair, it makes no sense, and it completely contradicts what pediatricians recommend, and this has to change. Why are we not spacing the kids out and rotating time in libraries, multipurpose rooms, gyms, and cafeterias? My sister's a principal at another school, and that's what they are doing, and why has this not been considered? In regards to breaks, one 35-minute break is not enough during 5 hours. Again, study after study says that kids need breaks and recess. Rebecca A. London, an associate professor of sociology at the University of California, and William Macy, an assistant professor in the College of Public Health and Human Services at Oregon State University, wrote an article regarding mental health and kids returning back to school during the pandemic in EdSource, and stated, recess is where children exercise their bodies and practice their social and emotional skills, negotiating who goes first in tetherball, resolving where the ball is in or out in soccer, coping with sadness and anger after losing in a foursquare, and learning to be empathetic when a friend is sad all contribute to a student's positive development. These peer connections through a play contribute to student healing. They conclude, when students reopen, recess and other play-based breaks must be incorporated into the learning environment. Social support and physical activity help buffer children's stress response, which will be needed. This is the opposite of what we are doing for our children, and it's not right. I have asked in multiple school board meetings, and I'm asking again, please consider giving our kids more breaks during their day. Their mental, social, and emotional and educational states need it. Lastly, if we do not give our kids more breaks and if they can't return full time, why are we not considering sending one group in the morning and one in the afternoon? Studies show that virus does not sit on surfaces, and again, that schools are not super spreaders. Our kids need to be in school. This would allow for normalcy at least half a day. Please consider alternative options to what we're doing today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Reardon.
Good evening. I'm addressing you this evening as a parent of two sons, both of whom have been diagnosed with autism, one who also has ADHD. The isolation that has been forced upon them as a result of e-learning has been extremely challenging for them both. It has resulted in a great deal of frustration, anger, and tears. My younger son has been making great strides in opening up socially with his classmates and teachers prior to the start of e-learning. It's been tough to see his progress chipped away as his opportunities to socialize at home have been effectively eliminated. We often hear how we should limit the amount of screen time our children have on a daily basis, but yet we have been asking them to sit in front of a computer screen and maintain focus for 5+ hours a day. This is absolutely ridiculous. I myself am required to work outside of the home, and I'm gone for several hours of the day while my wife is working full-time at home. Due to the learning challenges our children face, they both need more one-on-one attention and support. We do not have the ability to continually be checking in with them to ensure that they are focused on their classes and understand what they should be doing. Teachers and support team members are much more capable to assess these issues and address them properly. The best place for our children to get the attention and focus they need is in school in person. We understand the safety measures required for and fear that is created by dealing with this pandemic all too well. We are all too aware of the risks, dangers, and hardships it has created. We have a family member in the home who has a severely compromised immunity system. Yet, we understand that there are risks involved with our kids returning to school in person, and we're willing to accept those risks. For the good of our children's mental health, we must. I ask you all, if isolation saves one from the virus but leads to lifelong debilitating psychological issues, will anything really be gained? We're encouraged that starting yesterday, both of our children are back in school in person, which has not been the case since mid-October. However, I implore the board to keep the focus on what is in the best interest of our children while making decisions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Becca Harpster.
Hi, my name is Becca Harpster. First, I'd like to thank you all. Both of my kids were in school today, and I appreciate that step. But I'm here because I don't think it's enough. Our children have been in mostly remote learning for the past 10 months. We have a vaccine that's slowly but surely working its way through our community. We have a lot of data that says school closures are having a negative impact on our children. We have many sources that show that school is safe if layered mitigations are employed. And we have examples around the world, around our country, and in our community of schools going full-time 5 days per week and doing it safely. It's time to get our kids back to school full-time. First, to quote an article from the Journal of Public Health Management and Practice by doctors of the Chicago Public Health Department, quote, "The American Academy of Pediatrics, the CDC, and pediatricians nationwide agree that COVID-19 school closures have had negative impacts on children. This includes not only the social, emotional, and developmental benefits of routine and education, but includes hunger, abnormal sleep, increased obesity, and the rise in mental health-related emergency room visits. In my own children, I've seen headaches, migraines, eye strain, emotional outbursts, sadness, and the hardest was a day in December when my youngest told me he was lonely, and later that day, my oldest told me she felt disconnected to her community. I know that therapists in DuPage County are on a wait list right now because the mental health impacts of remote learning are so damaging. Further, we've seen declining test scores, increases in failing grades, and with reduced instructional hours, not a lot of hope for that to change. The District 205 vision and mission statement says that we make decisions based on what is best for students, but I don't think you are meeting this objective. Our children are suffering. We need to get these kids back to school to reverse the trend and start the healing process for our children. Next, I think it's important to look at the data on safety. As I've said, there are many examples of schools that are in person 5 full days per week and are doing it safely. The article I just mentioned by doctors in the Chicago Public Health Department studied over 20,000 students and staff in person in the nation's largest private school system. What they found was that layered mitigations created a low-risk environment for in-person school. And in fact, they found a lower instance of COVID-19 spread in the school community than in the community at large, even in a time of high transmission. The CDC also supports layered mitigation and says that when masks, hand and respiratory hygiene, social distancing to the extent possible, Cleaning, disinfecting, and contact tracing are employed in-person schooling is low risk. And finally, a recent study in North Carolina via Duke University of 90,000 K through 12 students and staff found extremely limited within school secondary transmission of COVID-19. And no instances of child to adult transmission were reported within schools.
Thank you.
We need to get our kids back to school full time. Thank you.
Courtney Bauman.
Hi, my name is Courtney Bowman. I am the parent of a kindergartner and fourth grader in our district. Please bear with me because I'm completely out of my comfort zone, but I feel like I owe it to our kids to share the following. First, I want to thank the Board of Education for reopening schools for in-person learning despite the threat of an injunction to stop it. I appreciate that science is being followed, particularly the studies demonstrating that spread in schools is extremely limited. I come here tonight to not only thank the board, but also advocate for more in-person learning. While my kindergartner is in person 4 days per week, due to his IEP, and my fourth grader has actually thrived in the remote/hybrid model, I know that's not the case for most students. I'm a licensed clinical professional counselor working with adults 18 and over in a nearby community, and I'm incredibly alarmed by the amount of inquiries I've received from parents of preteens and teenagers seeking counseling for anxiety and depression. They have shared with me that there's wait lists up to 6 months for counselors. The toll of social isolation and remote learning on the mental health of our kids is incredibly disturbing. As a mental health counselor, I've had more inquiries for kids under 18 this past year than all the years combined of my 8 years in private practice. Our students deserve to continue to have in-person learning just like students in our private schools here in Elmhurst, and just like students in other countries that have prioritized education and children and have remained open throughout the pandemic. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, Elizabeth Thompson.
Good evening. To the D205 Board and Administration, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Liz Thompson. I am a mom of 3 children attending Emerson. I have 2 younger kids at home, and I also work full-time as a pediatrician. I'm here to discuss the reopening of D205 schools and advocate for our kids. I commend the board for getting our kids back into the classroom, but I know we can do better. E-learning does not work for so many of our kids. They need to be in the classroom with their teacher and peers. They need to be learning to communicate and listen in person. I have seen in my own house what a struggle e-learning can be, especially for my youngest, a first grader. He's often off task, found viewing YouTube Kids or PBS Kids. He struggles with sitting in his seat for a long time, and he doesn't understand glitches in technology or how to fix them, so he becomes very frustrated. He cries a lot and says he doesn't like school. I constantly feel behind with him, and I also cannot be there to monitor him all of the time. I hear similar frustrations and struggles from many of my patients' families and from members of the D205 community. The mental health of our students is reaching a crisis point. Since the summer, there have been several studies published throughout Europe regarding limited spread of COVID in elementary schools. Brown University has a dashboard that includes schools from across our country that collectively shows limited spread in schools. A study from Duke University that employed contact tracing of over 90,000 students and staff showed limited spread within schools and no cases of child to adult transmission. With all of this information, I am asking D205 to continue to adapt and move forward with increasing time for in-person learning with the goal of full reopening. My suggestions for this include, at the very least, please use Wednesdays as an in-person day for our students. Our AB students can alternate weeks they are in the classroom for 3 days a week. We need to use our school buildings to the greatest extent and maximize in-person learning. Number 2, decrease the spacing requirement to follow what the WHO recommends of 3 to 6 feet. These limitations were what were used in several of the studies across Europe, and the spread is still limited. The AAP supports distancing to the greatest extent possible, but not at the expense of keeping our kids at home. To the ETC, what specifically about D205 reopening is unsafe? Our district actually proved the opposite this fall during hybrid instruction. There was no in-school spread. What evidence do you have to support claims of an unsafe work environment? I see growing evidence to the contrary. Schools are safe and they are essential. I truly believe we can come together in a collaborative way to meet the needs of the students in our community, and we need to do so quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, Lisa Kloot, sorry.
She came with 4 little kids tonight. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight, and thank you for the steps you've taken at York to increase and build more instructional minutes into their school week. It is definitely a step in the right direction, but our kids need so much more. Nearly 90% of families have made their desire for a return to in-person learning known, yet each week it seems there's another story in the patch about the schools in nearby neighborhoods that are succeeding with in-person while D205 seems to fall farther and farther behind. I'm embarrassed when I read these stories because I know we can do so much more. I'm guessing that D205 has never seen such high levels of disenrollment during a school year. I know of 3 families on my block alone, and I hardly know anybody. The message you're seeing being sent couldn't be any clearer. You've met with consultants, created metrics, gathered massive amounts of data, I'm sure, and more. Yet it's been almost a year since COVID struck, and our students have only been in school a handful of days. There are schools all around us, public and private, that have successfully implemented robust and in-person learning models. Have you visited those schools? Have you met with their leaders to understand the how behind their success? Maybe we could implement those things here. We're all facing the same set of circumstances, yet they seem to be thriving and we seem to be languishing. The community needs you to be leaders. Lead us and our kids through this. Give the 90% the option to be in school full-time, just as you've given those who wish to remain fully remote that choice. Families that aren't comfortable with the in-person model you put forward can stay remote. You'll never make everyone happy, but in-person 2 days a week and school days that end at 1 p.m. is just not acceptable. We need you to start doing. To Max Schoenberg of the Elmhurst Teachers Council, I have this to say. You have failed the kids in the district you are meant to serve. You hide behind a Facebook page filled with self-serving propaganda and do nothing but fight the return to in-person learning that 90% of your families are clamoring for. Behind people that hide amidst a public relations disaster, which you are in, do so because they have a poor story to tell. You've driven a stake through the parent-teacher partnerships that used to be so strong in this community by pitting teachers against parents in the return to school movement. Not once has this community heard from you about how you and the teachers are working with the school board to get kids and faculty back in the building safely and quickly. All we hear are your objections. Please do the right thing for our kids and get them back in school. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that is the end, and that's right about 30 minutes. Okay. Next is we begin our reports and presentations. And the first one is Equal Opportunity Schools. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Moyer at this point.
So we had developed a plan through our Thrive D205 work to begin to focus more intensely on equity in our district. And like many things, that sort of got interrupted. But as we move through the school year, our equity committee has met and is meeting again tomorrow. And we are at this point going to continue to develop a plan and that addresses multiple various aspects of the very complex topic. But part of that is some work that we want to propose that you approve to help support that at the high school level. And we will have a proposal on the board agenda on January 26th to approve this contract. And we would hope that you will. And Shahe, Dr. Bagdasarian from York, our principal, is here to explain to you what we are proposing and what this relationship can do to help our students. So Shahe, go ahead.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the time to present to you the partnership with Equal Opportunity Schools and the impact that it can have on our school and our community. I'm coming from a place where I've spent the past 5 years working very closely with Equal Opportunity Schools in Glenbard 87. So I've seen the impact that it's had on students. I've seen the impact that it's had on the school and also within the Glenbard community. And that impact has been extremely profound in the work that we're trying to accomplish, or that we're trying to accomplish in that district. This really aligns to our equity and inclusion work plan area at York High School. It's one of our areas of focus, as well as the district. So this would really support that. So can we go to the next slide here? I'll walk you through what Equal Opportunity School is and how it will benefit our students. So Equal Opportunity Schools, really the whole point behind this is we're going to look to close our equity gaps with our students, underrepresented students in AP classes and upper level classes. That's kind of the overarching idea behind working with Equal Opportunity Schools. And just to give you a little bit of background on Equal Opportunity Schools and who they are a non-for-profit organization based in Seattle where they work with schools all across the country to provide districts and schools with a framework and support to get more students in upper level classes, AP classes, we have ACP classes, more college-ready courses. Because when you look at the data across the United States and you look even in our district, you see that there are equity gaps with students, underrepresented students not taking courses at the same percentage as our Caucasian students. So the whole goal behind this is we want to make sure that we're providing access and opportunities for all students, primarily looking at students from low-income families and students of color, so that they have the same opportunities to take those higher level courses while at York High School. Go to the next slide. Okay, so just kind of giving you an overview of their vision. We want all students to have the opportunity to succeed in challenging high school courses. And that's really important because the intensity of the academic programming in high school is the biggest driver for college success. So we want to make sure that we're exposing our students to college level courses prior to them going into college, and giving our students an opportunity to try to take an AP course and to support them so that they can be successful prior to going to college. So if you go to the next slide. I'm just going to give you a lot of information here, and then I'm going to talk a little bit more about the specifics of the program. So just so you understand how this aligns to the work that we're doing at York High School, I mentioned that we have an equity and inclusion work plan area. And some of our vital behaviors in that work plan area are to develop and enhance the belongingness of all students, especially our students of color and underrepresented students that typically don't take higher level courses. We want to make sure that we're recruiting students of color for AP and honors level courses and trying to find out what areas, what courses they have an interest in, and really trying to harness that and really help steer them in a direction where they have a passion. We want our students, all of our students exposed to a rigorous curriculum that's accessible. We want all students to have opportunities to take high-level courses at York High School. And then by doing that, we want to make sure that we're providing supports through intentional programming. So when you implement a program like this, We also have to have the supports for students, especially those that are first-time AP students, so that we can build their confidence and we can also ensure that they are getting the individualized support so that they can be successful in college. And just, having done this work before and having dealing with parents in my prior district, I've had students that have challenged themselves and they've leveled up into an AP course. And this really teaches our kids how to persevere and demonstrate grit. Because sometimes our kids may struggle a little bit when they're taking an AP course for the first time. But if we're supporting them and providing them with supports, they're able to find that success. Many times a student may say, well, I want to drop this course. And what I always tell the parents is, when you go to college and you're taking that course, your son or daughter is taking that course, they can drop the course, but you're going to pay the tuition for that. So we want to make sure that we're also teaching our students how to self-advocate and also find resources and support so that they can be successful. Those are very important skills when our students go on to college. We want to make sure we're teaching them that while they're at high school. Okay, if you go to the next slide, please. So obviously, when we put a program like this in place, we want to make sure we have a metrics that we're measuring the success of the program. So we want to make sure we're looking at closing the equity gap or achievement gap in advanced placement courses, but we also want to look at other areas of focus too, because this trickles. It's not just about just the AP courses. It's about building a sense of belongingness with students. Some of our underrepresented students are students of color. We want to make sure that we're building a sense of belongingness with our kids. So we want to look at our pass rates by our subgroups. We want to look at our graduation rates. AP participation, once again, that's a big part of this program here. And then also student involvement. That's another one of our areas of focus with our work plan. We want to look at the number of kids and percentages of our kids that are participating in athletics, clubs, and activities, because that's very important for our kids to be involved. And we have so many amazing opportunities at York High School. So we want to make sure that we create a metric to measure the growth of our students that are taking AP courses, in addition to looking at our passing rates, our student involvement, and our graduation rates. So all this is based off of data. We want to make sure that what we're doing is having an impact on our kids and that we're measuring that. Okay, next slide. So Equal Opportunity Schools has partnered with 33 schools in Illinois, and I listed a few of them there. Glenbard 87 is one of the schools that does partner with EOS, so I'm very familiar with the work that has been done in that district. But then if you look at other districts that are similar to us, like Barrington, which is a unit school district, Indian Prairie, which is a unit school district, and then you have a few other high school districts there. They picked up a lot of headway here in Illinois, as many schools are starting, as many of our schools are becoming more diverse. We want to make sure, once again, that we're providing opportunities for all students to be successful, regardless of their socioeconomic status or their race or ethnicity. We want to make sure that we're providing supports for all students. And you can see there are a lot of great districts that are also partnering with Equal Opportunity Schools. So I wanted to make sure we highlighted that too. Okay. Next slide there. This is just some data from College Board and AP. Why do we want kids taking AP? We want to make sure that students really from all races or incomes are 10 to 20% more likely to complete college if they have taken an AP course. Okay, and that's regardless of whether they pass the exam or not. That's just taking the course and being exposed to that rigorous curriculum. And then students who have taken or passed an exam are 26 to 34% more likely to graduate than their non-AP taking counterparts. So you can see the impact of AP. And when I talk about AP, I know we have students that take multiple AP classes each semester. I know we have students that take one AP class a semester. Our goal really is we want to make sure every kid has that opportunity and support to take at least one AP course before they graduate. It's not about taking, 10 or 15. Some students can handle a couple more classes than others, but the bottom line is we want to make sure we get our students exposed to the type of work and the rigor of the academic work that they're going to get in college. So if you go to the next slide, I got more data there from AP College Board. I just want to kind of go through this real quick, just so you have an understanding of that. And then from the college admissions perspective, obviously 85% of selective colleges report that students in AP experience favorably impacts the admissions decisions. Colleges like to see students taking advanced placement courses, or at least an advanced placement course, because it also shows that they're determined and they're going to work hard, and it shows that they're also preparing themselves and demonstrating grit. So you can slide down there. So what that does at the end game of that is obviously it also expands on the options that our kids may have when they go on to college. Earning credit obviously when you take an AP course, you earn credit if you get a 3 or higher, and most universities I'll give you that credit for AP, and it allows our kids to do other things when they go into college. Entering in and moving into upper level college courses sooner, pursuing a double major, and then also gaining more time to travel and study abroad. So it just presents more opportunities when our students are exposed to AP type courses in high school. And once again, I want to stress that it's not about taking 5, 10, 15 AP courses. We want our students to try at least one AP course. Okay, go to the next slide, please. Okay, so looking at the data. So one of the great things about working with equal opportunity schools is we get a ton of data from them. They provide us with a wealth amount of data, because that data helps drive our decisions. It helps customize our programming at York High School. And it also gives us a lot of information from perspectives of our teachers, of our students, that really help us create an intentional and very specific plan for our building that's going to have an impact on our kids. So when EOS collects all this data, they put it into a portal, and they create their own data too that they share out. And so when you look at the data that they've collected over time, they found that 92% of students want to obtain a 2-year, 4-year, or advanced college degree. Okay, that's a lot. And I would say maybe that's even higher at York High School, but that's on average of all the data that they pulled. So we know that kids want to go on after high school and pursue a 4-year or 2-year degree, advanced college degree. Some students may go into the military, some students may go into a career. That's okay too. But we also want to be respectful of what the majority of our kids are looking at doing. We want to make sure that we have those opportunities and that we're supporting students so that they can be ready when they leave York High School. So if you go to the next slide, please. So one of the things, like I said, we get data from equal opportunity schools, and this is called a gap chart. And this chart here shows us where the gaps are and where we need to look to show more growth. In order to close the equity gap at York High School here, if you look at the 60% there, that's the benchmark, okay? That's where we need to be in all these areas. So you can see where the colors are in certain areas, and that's based off of the white, medium to high income students, which is 60% of our kids that are taking an AP course. This data was pulled from last year. And keep in mind, this data is pulled from the 11th and 12th grade. They don't pull the data from freshman or sophomore year, even though we offer advanced placement courses at the freshman and sophomore level. We look at this data from 11th and 12th grade. So the benchmark data here is 60%. So you see with our white, medium to high income, we're at 60%. And as that goes up, that benchmark, that dotted line goes up as well. And that's just more kids we have to get in to AP courses. But if you look at how this is broken down by different groups, we have the Asian students that are above that and they're medium or high income. But if you look at our students of color, if you look at our Black and African American students and our Hispanic students, we have a smaller percentage of kids that are in AP. The number where it's in the shaded area, the gray area, the 6 and the 5 under the Black and African American, that's how many kids we need to get for each one of those areas to close the gap. With our Hispanic group, we have 15 for the medium and high income, and then 44 for our low income. We have to get that many kids into AP to once again close those gaps. So as time goes on, and as we work with equal opportunity schools, and as we promote this program and we get more students in, that gap is going to close, okay, over time. And once again, speaking from the experience I had in Glenbard, we showed tremendous growth. When you look at the number of kids that took an AP, just one AP, in 5 years, we went from 50% of our kids to 68% of our kids took at least one AP course before they graduated. A lot of it was due to the intentional recruitment and identifying more students, especially students of color and low-income students, into taking AP courses. So this is just the gap chart here. If you have any questions, we can come back to that and I can answer that. Okay. So another piece of data that we get from this framework that Equal Opportunity Schools presents us with is an insight card, a student insight cards. All of our students will take a survey in September, and the information based off of that survey will generate insight cards for every one of our students in the building. Okay, it's not just going to be the students of color, it's not going to be low-income students. We do this for all of our students. It gets dumped into a portal. But from that portal, we're able to pull groups and lists of students based off of the data that's been given to us here. But this is one of the most powerful tools when we talk about recruitment of students and conversations that we have with students to get into to take an AP class. You have to understand that a lot of our students that we're talking to, our underrepresented students and students of color, have never been encouraged or talked to about taking an AP course. So by having this data with information, it drives the conversation with the student. Okay, so if you look at this insight card here, it says, what the educational goal is of the student, what are their career interests, who are the trusted adults, so that trusted adult would have a conversation with the student. Staff advocates, those little apples there, that's how many staff members feel like this student can take an AP course. Okay, and then you have the learning barriers, the learning mindset and skills. This kid has a growth mindset, they demonstrate grit. And then you look at the barriers for the student, and most of the time for these kids, you're going to find one of the main reasons why they don't take an AP course is because they've never been encouraged to do that. So this insight card plays a valuable role in the recruitment and getting students into these higher level courses. We want to make sure our kids are confident with that. And I'm going to share a quick story with you. I know I have a few minutes here, but I want to share a quick story just on the impact of this insight card. We had a student when I was at my previous school, and I looked at the list and she was not signed up for an AP course. And I pulled her insight card, and her insight card said that she wanted to go to medical school. And I looked at her schedule, and she was enrolled in, I think it was biology. It was a regular biology class, or it was a science class. And so I went and found her, and I pulled her out of class, and I said, I noticed that you talk about in your insight card that you want to go to school and become a doctor and go to med school. And she's like, how did you know that? And I said, well, I looked at your insight card. So I started talking to her, and I know that she had never been encouraged to take an AP course before. And I said, you know what, have you thought about taking AP biology? And she's like, no, I didn't think about that. I said, that would be a great course for you to take, and it would really help you learn more about, the future of going into the medical field because of, biology. And so she ended up taking the course. So there are countless stories I can sit here and tell you about how we've recruited and talked to students. It's a whole process that we'd have to put in place. But this framework and working with equal opportunity schools really helps us and really helps us be deliberate and intentional with the work that we're doing. So this insight card really is a valuable tool. Also on the bottom there, obviously the test scores come through, and if there's a star there, it just says they're AP compatible. But this, once again, helps us drive conversations with kids when we talk about recruitment and getting kids into AP courses. Okay, next slide. So just some of the predictors of AP, and I'm going to talk real quickly about this. Growth mindset and grit are the two big ones. If a student's willing to work hard, if they have a growth mindset, we're going to support students. Obviously, when we put a program like this in place, we also want to make sure that we have supports for our students. We had an AP cafe, which was like an AP study table during the lunch periods at Glenbard. I could see us doing a similar type of support here for our students. Peer tutoring, peer support is also extremely valuable in this, but we want to make sure our kids are supported. But if they're willing to work and they're willing to show that growth mindset, they're going to be successful in AP courses, okay, or an AP course of their choice. Another key piece of this is when we talk to students and we recruit students, going back to the insight card, is we want to make sure that we're finding a course, a first-time course for that student that they have an area of interest, okay? If I'm not very strong in math, I don't know that putting me in an AP Calc class is the right thing for me. But if I like art or I'm a good writer, maybe taking an AP English class or an AP art class might be a better fit. We want our students to have a good experience in that. And I also want to stress that it's not a forced discussion with a kid. We're never going to force kids. We want to make sure that they have opportunities and they feel good about it. Sometimes you talk to a kid when they're a junior and they say, you know what, I don't want to take an AP class right now. Okay, maybe they come back their senior year and you have that conversation and they're ready to do it. It's a mindset shift. So we also want to make sure that we're encouraging and giving them those opportunities, but we also want to make them feel comfortable with the decisions that they're going to make. Okay, if you go to the next slide, please. So this is, once again, this is data that's pulled from the EOS portal. We would be getting this from our own school. All of this stuff is put out early in the school year. We have access to the surveys, so we can study the surveys and look at that. But when you're looking at the students who report that their classes are challenging or very challenging, obviously, students who are in the AP courses, obviously find that their courses are much more challenging than sometimes students that are not in AP courses. So once again, we want to make sure that we're providing those opportunities to really challenge and level our students up by supporting them and doing that. So there's a number of ways that we would do that at York High School. I think there's one of the nice things about working with equal opportunity schools is they also work with you. They work side by side with you as a consultant group where they are checking in, calling, making sure that we're staying on track, and really providing the right supports and interventions for our kids, and also making sure that we're having those conversations and getting our kids into those courses. So if you go to the next slide here. So rigor and college preparation, students who report that their classes probably or definitely prepare them for college. Once again, if you look at the number from the AP students, from the medium to high income white Asian, and also students of color, you can see that obviously they feel like taking those courses, those higher level courses, AP courses, ACP courses, better prepare them, prepare them for college. And that's the ultimate goal, is we want to make sure that we're preparing our students for life after high school. In many cases, it is college. And many of the skills that we want or we're teaching kids through the AP courses and AP coursework go beyond just college. It also goes into our students going into careers or military. We still want to teach them how to be gritty, how to overcome adversity, how to persevere, and also how to find resources and navigate through that, because that's going to be very tricky in life. When you need help with something, we're here to support our kids and teach them how to get the proper support so that they can be successful. Next slide, please. So this is a really interesting chart I wanted to share, because I think, traditionally thinking, when we look at AP and we think about the types of kids that go into AP, they have to be, you look at the bottom, of what staff report are good predictors. At the bottom, you have prerequisites, GPA, test scores. Okay, 20 years ago, that would have been the predictor of whether or not you go into AP or not. It's for just, the people who have the right prerequisites and the GPA and test scores. However, if students have the motivation and the drive and the perseverance, and we can build confidence in them and really instill that growth mindset, they will be successful. They will be successful in these upper level courses. We should never let a grade define a student, but if they're willing to work hard and persevere and take advantage of the supports, they're going to be successful. And I think those are key traits that we need to look for. And once again, it's about providing those opportunities. And for some kids, we have kids that maybe aren't the greatest students when it comes to math or science, but they're tremendous, amazing artists. Well, we have art AP, we have some music AP courses. So we want to make sure we're finding our kids' passion and providing them opportunities to grow at the highest levels through their passions, and once again, prepare them for life after high school. Okay, if you go to the next one. Okay, so this is just a timeline, and I apologize because this actually needs to be bumped up a little bit more. But a traditional timeline as far as how we roll this out, November 2021, that really will be September 2021. We would push it back, and we would do a survey to our students, to our staff, collect that information, and then we would send a letter home to our students, primarily targeting our underrepresented students, inviting them to a breakfast, inviting them to a seminar that we would host, and we would have, there's different ways of doing it. It's like a recruitment effort. But we would want them to hear about the programs that we have to offer and find out what interest level they have in the AP courses based off of their insight cards. And then moving into I have December 2020, or I'm sorry, that should be 2021, December 2021, which would really be November. That's when we do some of our work with the trusted adult training, small group assemblies, one-on-one meetings. We do a parent night. So you have to have multiple ways of communication with our students, with our parents. It's not just a one-time conversation. These conversations have to take place over time. That's why we do them through a small group assembly. We do it through one-on-one conversations. We do it through our trusted adults. And then we have a parent night. So we have multiple forms of communication and multiple opportunities to speak to our students so they can really think through and really feel like they are being recruited and feel good about what they're getting into. And then January, February 2022, we would actually bump that up. That's right before we start our enrollment process. We want to start to target and follow up with students and make sure that we're working with our counselors to make sure we're getting our students enrolled in those AP courses and the ones that they want to go into. There are entry-level AP courses that we have at the upper levels. Sometimes it's psychology, sometimes it's 3 AP, English AP class, but there are those entry-level courses where we tend to put kids into those courses to ease in the transition, to make sure that they find that success. Once again, a big piece of this is the support. Obviously, before the school year starts, before the 2022 school year starts, we would offer a summer boot camp for our kids or a summer program for our kids to just prepare them, get them mentally ready for the world of AP and let them know where the supports are at for them and just really talk them up and really make sure that they feel confident going into the school year so that they will have a successful school year in AP. Okay, if you go to the next slide. Just some myths and realities around AP. Just wanted to throw this in here real quick. These are things that we constantly hear, about AP. The reality piece is really what I want to focus in on. AP courses are for any student who are academically prepared and motivated to take college level courses. So we want to break barriers down. We don't want to put barriers up, especially for our students our underrepresented students and students who typically have not been invited to take AP courses. Okay. Also, you don't need to score a 5. You know, we know that every student is not going to score a 5 on the AP exam. That's the highest you can get. But if you get a 3, many times that's going to go in for college credit. And what's more important is our students are taking the class. They're taking a high level class, and they're engaged with that. I think that's really important. They're being exposed to that. Okay, so those are some of the key pieces. I think when you look at just some of the myths and reality, colleges like to see that. They like to see students taking those upper level courses, even if it's just one. You took an AP course, you tried it, you did that. Colleges like to see that. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, one more up there. Okay, so if you look here, going back to like the insight cards, and I just wanted to share, these are pretty common things that you see from our students of color and low income students when they talk about not taking AP. Okay, their beliefs are they're not going to be successful. It's too much work. Concerned about GPA. Obviously, not enough support. And then competing schedule priorities. But the biggest piece there is not, our students feel like they won't be successful. And that's where having trusted adults, that's where having multiple conversations, that's where having supports in place so that we can build up confidence with our students of color and our low income students who typically do not take AP courses. And once again, we want to level that playing field. We want to make sure that gap is closed between our students of color and our Caucasian students so that we can get to an more equitable learning environment for all students. So I think that's a really important piece of information for you to see. But once again, we will get all this information specific to York High School through the surveys that are provided to us through Equal Opportunity Schools. Okay. And at the end of the day, it's a win-win for everybody. And I think that, like I said, we diversify our AP courses, our enrollment in our AP courses, and we provide opportunities for kids that normally would not have those opportunities, or maybe traditionally would not have those opportunities. So I highly support this program, having done it for the past 5 years, and I really think there's a great opportunity here at York High School to do some of this work and lead this equity work in the district. And we talk about equity and training and those things, but this is a program that really puts actions and steps behind the work that we're doing as far as learning about equity and diversity. This puts some actions behind that, and it gives us an opportunity to really measure the work that we're doing. So I really advocate for this program. Any questions?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you. And I just want to start off by, I think a lot of times here we talk about, the kids that take a lot of AP, and I really like that we're looking at different, group and how we can push them. And also, I really love whatever that card is where you get to know kids and there's trusted adults. I think especially coming out of the pandemic, and kids it's gonna take a lot to connect again. So that really stood out as a piece that I think having high schoolers maybe is missing. So I really appreciate that. I did have a question that I wanted to ask. Will this incorporate a look at all of our course offerings? We have honors, we have co-taught, we have AP, we have ACP, and I was wondering, will that sort of naturally be a part of this work?
So, and that's a great question. Right now, the way we look at this is anything that is college level. Okay, so typically some schools do IB, some do IB AP. But for us at York High School, we'll be looking at AP, we'll be looking at our ACP courses, and dual credit. I think we need to keep all those in mind because it's all it's all, post-secondary coursework. So if it's at the same level, we want to include all that in this, in our courses. The honors courses, however, are not included in this. But what I will say about the honors courses is, sometimes we get a freshman student in, for example, who takes, regular English as a freshman. And we find that they're very successful in regular English. One of the things that we can do to launch a student into this type of trajectory is, if they're doing really well this semester, if there's room, move them into an honors English class as a freshman. So we're moving them in that direction. So it's more of a stepping stone, but it doesn't get counted into this number. And keep in mind too, as I said before, AP classes, we measure this from our junior and senior classes. This is just how EOS does that. I've asked before, why don't we do it with freshmen and sophomores? But overall, when we look at our overall metric, we will all, within our equity and diversities, we're going to look at the number of kids, underrepresented kids too, who took at least one AP over the 4 years in high school. So sometimes it might be a freshman year they took it, AP Human Geo, or maybe they took it a sophomore year, but they didn't take it junior or senior year. That would still be counted in that metric. Obviously, the goal is we want to make sure if they're taking one freshman year, we want to make sure they continue down that path. We don't want to lessen the rigor, especially if they're capable of doing the work. We want to make sure that the kids are challenged. And once again, I'm not saying you take 5 AP a semester, but you may take one every semester in an area that you like, so we can continue to grow the students.
Okay, awesome. And I think especially, I know there's another 1 or 2 parents that have seniors that are going through the college process this year without tests. Like tests have become optional this year. And that's going to be it'll be interesting how that changes the college process moving forward. But now they're looking at, how many AP classes, what has your course load been in high school and what's your GPA. So I think, it's an interesting change that's happening right now that I think will have, we will not probably go back to how it was. And so I think this fits into, whatever that looks, helping kids be extra successful or all, so, okay, thanks so much. And I'm going to turn it over to someone else. Karen?
First off, Shahe, I love the concept. It's believing in our students. And I love the words that you use, launch our students. So I commend you for this and, Dave for supporting this effort. I'll start from a bigger picture standpoint. I know that you're at the high school, you're experiencing the 5 years. Thanks for sharing the progress, because that was one of the questions. So in 5 years, we got an 18% increase. I assume that's overall for all the groups. But you had mentioned one of the districts, Barrington, which is a unit district like ours. Do they only implement it at the high school? Because I certainly see a need, especially if EOS is really looking at 11th and 12th grade. But I could see the whole concept being really important for us in the whole unit district, and in particular middle school, to your point of launching our students, because they launch from high school to college and life, but they launch from 8th grade to high school. So I wondered if you had any exposure to, even if it's not initially, that thought about believing in our students and this concept of launching our students, helping to provide an environment where we believe in you, which then results in the students believing in themselves. Because I wasn't surprised, but it always makes me, and I'll use the emotional word sad, but like we need to do something more as the adults in the system and in the society, is the reason why they don't take the classes is they don't think that they'll be successful. And so the thought is, at what point did they get that message that we don't believe in them? for whatever reasons, you know what I mean? This is not it's not a finger pointing. If people take it that way, think bigger. Somehow they got that message, and that's the opposite of what we in education want them to have. So sorry, I kind of added to that, but the question really to you, is do you have exposure to the unit district, and can we kind of broaden the concept at some point to believe in our students and really launch them into not over their heads, but believing in them and helping, provide the supports that they are more comfortable pushing a little bit, or actually, being at that level where they need to be.
Yeah, and I know, I think Dr. Mori and I spoke about that too. Just like how do you push that down? I think we're starting it at the high school, and you're absolutely right. I think being in a unit district, I think has a tremendous advantage when we talk about this, because where does it go from before high school? Do we start that in the middle schools, and what does that look like? I think once again, a lot of it is relationships and building confidence in kids. We've detracked and got rid of a lot of like tracking in our district, but we want to make sure once again, every student is different. Every student learns at different rates, but it doesn't mean that they can't learn. It doesn't mean that they can't get there. And that's the beauty of this thing, especially when you come to York High School. You may not be ready to take an AP class as a freshman, or may not feel comfortable, but we're going to build you up so that by the time you get to be a junior or senior, now you're taking that AP level course. We want them to feel comfortable. Every kid learns at that different rate. So going back to your question, which I think you're asking, is how do we then start to implement this down in the earlier grades and the middle schools and those types of things? And I think there are different things that we can do and look at, as far as having summer programming, summer academies, try to build kids up and just build confidence. Not sit there and do academic work necessarily, but just build confidence up in kids. This is a journey. It's not a one time, you do it one time and you're done. This is a journey for our kids, and we want to make sure we put them on the best path. And we want to put them on a journey that they're gonna be successful. They're gonna feel good about what they're doing, and that they're gonna be prepared when they get out of high school.
All right.
Karen, when we revisit the KPIs, you'll see that the KPIs are developed to where each of the grade level benchmarks is feeding into these ultimate outcomes, and we'll be able to build a data infrastructure that allows for the predictability at the early ages of what needs to happen to get to that next level, so that we would not expect this work to start when their first day of school as a freshman.
Great, thank you. And Shahe, you led into my other big key here is, I know that you have the metrics, but the key is mentoring and building those relationships. And, so I wondered, I know when you listed the metrics that they were really the quantitative metrics, but I'm hoping that you've got the qualitative, which is how do you measure the mentoring? How do you measure those supports, and like the focus groups or the surveys, or a variety of ways that you can get the real honest feedback so that we can develop ourselves in the system that really does provide that relationship and mentoring and support, which I think is a make or break in something like this based on my experience.
Absolutely it is. And I think the other key piece of that is, especially with your first time AP courses, you also have to have the right people in those courses teaching kids. We want teachers that are going to believe in kids. And you know what? Sometimes we're going to have classes that they're not your traditional AP kids. But it goes back to having that growth mindset, that positive mindset. Encouraging empathy is another piece of that too. How do we bring kids along? So there's a number of those are smaller pieces to this whole thing, but they have a huge impact on the success of the program. The student voice piece is also very important, and I think once again that's one of the things that Equal Opportunity Schools does for us, is they provide us with a survey that allows us to get that student feedback, and then obviously having focus groups and those things after you've had the program up and running for a couple years, to really get some good anecdotal feedback from kids, I think is extremely important. And I just want to share a quick story here real quick, because it kind of touches on the things you just mentioned with mentorship and those things. I had a student, she just graduated last year actually. But as a sophomore, I was mentoring her, and she's a student who transferred in from CPS. Father was incarcerated, mother was deceased, and she was living with her aunt in a small apartment, and was a really smart kid. And I picked up on that. I picked up on that because I was walking down the hall when she first transferred into school, and she said, Mr. Bagdasarian, I'm. She goes, you're the best principal in the world. And I said, oh wow, like who is this kid? They're great. And I didn't know her, and she said, then she says to me, she goes, do you want to buy some cookies? And I thought that was just so like awesome that she didn't know me. She was selling me cookies for French Club. So I got to mentoring her. But I guess to make a long story short is, I mentored her and I encouraged her to take an AP course. She was one of our students that was in that EOS portal, and she would have never taken an advanced placement course. And she did, and she loved it, and she had success in that. She ended up going on to college. But I remember her telling me stories. You talk about grit and perseverance. She would work at Walmart till 10 o'clock at night and then have to walk home sometimes, get home at 11, 11:30. She'd stay up and do homework till 1:30 in the morning. But she just demonstrated grit and perseverance. Very successful. Went on to college. Is doing great now. So it's life changing for a lot of our kids, and it builds up confidence in them that normally they would not have. But once again, that mentorship piece of constantly talking, encouraging, it's really, really important for our kids. So.
Yeah, great. Okay, so my last question is really going to be about, to that point, is some of the kids, I believe that maybe they haven't been exposed to that stuff, right? Your example is wonderful. I love it. But somewhere she was exposed to grit and perseverance, right? Some of our students have to see that from us or learn how to do that, and then they will, succeed as well. So my question really is, it sounds to me like there's some prep work with staff, with the employees, because that's the critical factor. That's the interface to the students. So can you give us any insight as to what that looks like?
Yes. So right now, this semester, we're doing work with Deep Equity, which is a consulting group that we're bringing in to do some equity work with our staff. Obviously, those are done in cohorts, so we're not going to get to the whole staff this semester, but we do have about 25, 30 staff members that will be going through that training this semester. So it's a work in progress, and it's ongoing. So, the training of the staff, the action steps behind equal opportunity schools. They also do some training as well. I think we have to do a lot of work just with the mindsets in our guidance office, because it's going to be much different than a traditional type of enrollment period. But we're going to provide that support to our staff so that they understand and know and look at things through a different lens. That's part of being empathetic, understanding different points of view, different lenses, how people are impacted. So there's a number of things we're going to do, but we're starting right now with the equity training this semester at York. And we're going to expand on that, next fall, and then in the spring again, we're going to have another cohort. So we'll have 3 cohorts by next year, at the end of next year.
All right, and thank you for sharing in that answer about the counselors and that whole process, because that's critical too. So that was another question, but I'm going to let fellow board members ask.
Did you have something? Oh, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. So, in terms of putting a program together to recruit low-income and diverse students to increasingly take AP courses, yes, and sign me up for that. I like that, and it sounds like you've had good experience with that. And you quoted several times, this benchmark level of 60%, and who's going to be responsible for making that level higher? Because there's 2 things to be done, right? There's converging groups that are below that to have their numbers go up, and then presumably we're also going to have an effort to raise the 60% bar to something higher than that. So does this group do that as well, or do they not focus on those students? And if they don't, who would be doing that?
Yeah, so, and that's a great question. Sometimes, we had a AP teacher council that was part of that recruitment. What we've done is we created just an equity group. So anytime that you're recruiting, and once again, we're trying to be very intentional with our students of color. We're also going to see an increase in our Caucasian students and other groups as well. So to say that this is just going to impact our students of color, it's going to impact all of our groups. So that number, that benchmark is going to go higher over time. When we talk about AP and advanced placement courses, we want that to be accessible to all students. Okay, so when you ask who's responsible for that, it's the same people that are recruiting and being intentional with our students of color, our guidance counselors. We want to follow the same process once again, but the key here is we know there's more opportunity or not in that path where a lot of our kids in the Caucasian groups maybe have already been in that pipeline. So to answer your question, that's part of the recruitment process, whether it's the counselor or the equity team doing that work or trusted adults. We still have insight cards on Caucasian kids too. So it's not just we're going to take those kids and put them to the side. They will still enroll as well. So that benchmark will go up over time.
Okay, got it, understood. And then,
and really, it's creating a culture of high level courses at York High School. There already is that right now, but this just spreads the wealth a little bit more. And the philosophy behind it is not just, everyone's going to take 10 AP courses. We want kids to balance and make choices that work for them, for their social emotional well-being. If a student can handle 2 courses, great, but it doesn't mean you have to take 4 because someone else is taking 4. We want our kids to make sure that they balance that out and take the courses that they can handle, where they're in a good place, they're going to learn, and they're going to accelerate their education.
yeah, okay, got it, appreciate that. So I'm supportive of that program. And then just, not a question, but just, I think as a statement, it's important, if we're talking about the achievement gap, just to acknowledge the world that we're living in right now. Because I think, in my opinion, schools being closed is a disaster for the achievement gap. And, schools being closed, as I said in a prior meeting, I think is one of the biggest step backwards for equity in education in many decades. And I think the biggest thing we can do by many orders of magnitude to improve equity in education in our community is getting our schools opened safely with our layered mitigation strategy and doing it as soon as possible.
Okay, anybody else? Oh, Margaret?
Yeah. So first off, I wanted to say thank you. I am definitely in support of this program, and I appreciate that it is a first step and part of an integrated program, because I think that is, like, there's multiple facets to this program. One of the things that was most interesting on your slide 5, one of the characteristics that you mentioned was a sense of belonging. And I think that's really important. We talk about what has people or keeps people from feeling like they could succeed or feeling like they're a part. And that sense of belonging, I think, is really big. And that's the idea that, these multiple touches will have. Another part that I wanted to mention was the insight card. As you mentioned, this is for all students, so we can kind of see, what are some of the issues, what are some of the challenges in different groups? Are there differences, different challenges depending on who you are, what your socioeconomic and or race are? Are there different challenges viewed there? And that insight tool can help us with that. The other point that I would be remiss if I didn't mention, unfortunately, the achievement gap is not a new thing. It hasn't, this pandemic didn't start it. Unfortunately, the pandemic won't end it either. But it's steps like this that can help build that process and have an opportunity to bring it to our attention and focus on it as we focus on a multitude of other important and priority projects in order to move our school district forward. So thank you very much for this comprehensive program, the Equity Committee, as well as all that our teachers and our staff are doing to move all of our students forward.
Okay, thanks. All right, Beth?
Just a couple quick things. First of all, thank you for bringing your experience with this program at your last school here to District 205. It sounds fantastic, and thanks for the thorough explanation of it. One thing that I'm glad that you stressed was the support piece, because it's not just about raising the numbers of kids taking these classes and just focusing on the numbers, but it's about the number of kids that are going to be successful in those classes, which then will build confidence and hopefully encourage them to take more classes like that or try some other things as well. So I really, I feel like that is just such an important piece of this. One quick thing in regards to the middle school piece, I like the idea that you both mentioned that it'll kind of span over time and kids will be building up to this experience. I think a lot of middle schoolers don't always understand AP classes and what the workload is like, what the difference is between those types of classes as compared to others. So will there be a little bit of an education piece as well for kids coming into high school so that they really understand that anybody can take an AP class and what that would look like for them?
Yeah,
in addition to what we already do, of course.
Right, and that would be something that would happen through a summer bridge program. There's different things that I've seen done with that. You have a summer AP bridge program for kids, so they are educated on that early on. Like I said, you have to have multiple conversations. It's not just, hey, you want to take AP, and the students can say, yeah, I'll do it. They may have to think about it. The nice thing about that, when you have those conversations early on, you allow the student to also have a roadmap of where they want to be in 2 years or 3 years. So I'm not ready to take AP right now, but in 2 or 3 years, you know what? I want to take, AP Bio. I know that I have to work hard. I know that I have to stay the course, take these particular courses. It gets the buy-in for the kid as well. And it gives them a goal or something to look forward to or look to. So that is one of the benefits of doing that early on with our kids. But we also have to educate not only our kids but also our parents.
Yes.
On AP and the impact of that on our students. So.
Yes, I agree. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay. Oh, Courtney.
Thank you so much for the information and the presentation. I've spent a lot of years volunteering in our schools and now on this board, and we often talk about trying to bridge the equity gap, and it is very refreshing starting the new year, actually hearing some action steps to actually start to accomplish that. And it is a start, and it's a huge positive start, so I appreciate that. I did poke around EOS's website, and a couple of things intrigued me, but they only, if I understand it correctly, only accept a certain number of schools every year, and hey, find out if you're eligible. How do schools become eligible to be an EOS school?
I do know. Yeah, I do know that they only partner with us. They don't partner with all schools. Like I don't know how they pick those schools. But what I can tell you is, I've worked with them for 5 years in Glenbard. I presented at 2 national conferences on the work that we did around the success of working with EOS. And I know Nick Wall, who's the program, like our consultant who's been working with us, had reached out, and that's how that kind of came to development here. And then I brought it to Scott and Dr. Moyer, and we kind of, had some conversations around that. So, how they pick and choose, that I can't tell you. But I also know that, I've done work with them in prior years. So, and I've maintained that relationship because I think it's for kids. It's great for all kids, especially for our students that are underrepresented, and it's a great program. So
They actually are going to underwrite our participation with a grant covering 50% of our cost. So I agree with Shahe, but I don't know how they make their decisions, but we had to fill out, some paperwork and whatever, and so I think it is encouraging. They like to view themselves as a partner in the process. It is nonprofit, so I think that the relationship piece is going to be one of the positives, just because to try to do this work by yourself is a really huge undertaking, and everybody already has sort of a full-time job, quote unquote. So the partnership aspect will accelerate, our work in this area.
So that kind of, that leads me into the follow-up question is, Shahi, when you say you've worked with them for 5 years, I mean, do you enter into a contract with them to work with them every year, or is it a long-term situation, or are they kind of setting us up over the course of a 5-year period to kind of take this on ourselves? Like you said, Dave, I hear about the data collection and the analysis of the data and the individual student cards, and that does sound like a lot of work to add on to our staff. So I'm just wondering, is this a contract every year that has to be renewed, or is this a long-term thing mindset that which I think we all agree, we're all buying into this mindset and want this mindset. What does it mean kind of on a yearly basis to the district?
Yeah, Shahe, I don't know. You would know more about that than I do, I think, probably. But essentially, the goal is they want to wean you off of they gradually sort of back out.
And so gradually that we would be responsible for collecting the data and creating those individual cards on the students?
they would still give us access. So the first year is the most expensive year because, and they already gave us a grant for that, which paid for half of it, I think. But the first year is always the most expensive because you're getting the program up and running. Once you get into year 2, you still have access to the consultant. You have a consultant that's assigned. They fly out here, they come and visit to the high school and kind of see where we're at. I talk to them on the phone. And we have access to all the surveys and the portal. Then after that, I think year 3, year 4, you're just paying really for the portal and the surveys that come through. So the cost is minimal. It's not as, it's not what it was when we first started it. So the cost drops drastically, but you still have access to the portal, to the surveys, all that data that we collect still is part of that. Where they pull off a little bit is the consulting. They don't have to do as much of that because we have a system down. We know what we're doing, and it's more for the information gathering. But it's very helpful to have that. And once again, when you go on the EOS portal, you have your trend data over 5 years. So after we've been doing this for 5 years, you can see the growth that we've made over 5 years by looking at the gap charts that we have in there. So.
And so you said that we've already received a grant, or we've already applied for a grant for half the cost of the first year. What is the cost, and how do we get weaned off of that cost?
I think it's $28,000 the first year. They committed, if we move forward, they committed that they will offset the other $28,000.
And then it just weans down from there. Third, fourth year, like Shahi said, negligible compared to the first year, I guess.
Yeah, the price will drop after the first year. Drops significantly. I don't remember what the cost was on the second year, but second, third year, it just starts to, the cost becomes much smaller. And you got to understand too, the first year, there's a lot of the trainings and those types of things, of how to use the portal and, the insight cards and those types of things. But, once again, after we've done it for a few years, the costs will definitely drop.
Well, once again, thank you. I'm really excited to see this. like everybody here sitting here, I imagine, is very supportive of it. So I'm excited to see this kick off as soon as we can.
Okay. All right, thanks again, Shahi.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to next agenda item, which is the annual audit review.
So, Chris, are you ready to have our presenters go?
Yes. So we have Andy Mace here from Whipflea. The Board of Education hires Whipflea to do the audit of our annual financial statements. So with that, Andy, are you ready to take it away?
Yeah, I'm ready. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I guess my video's not working, but I'll forge ahead. So this is the audit of the district's financial statements for the year ended June 30, 2020. It's in the form of a comprehensive annual financial report. So that differs from most audit reports of financial statements because the district goes to the extra effort of adding an introductory and statistical section. That's what makes it comprehensive. These reports had been award winners for the last 10 years with Association of School Business Officials International Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting Program. And I would expect that this one would win as well. There's only about 40 districts in the state that go to the extra effort of preparing one of these. So the district is practicing the best practice in external financial reporting. So with that, I'll go through a few pages here. On page 1 is our independent auditor's report. I always like to talk about that. Here we state that we conducted our audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, as well as government auditing standards because of the federal funds you receive, and that it is our opinion that these financial statements are presented fairly in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles. So that's a big mouthful, meaning that it's a clean audit opinion. And, probably 3/4 of the districts in Illinois don't get a clean audit opinion because they report on a cash basis. After that, then, pages 3 to 11 is the management's discussion and analysis. And as the name implies, the district prepares this. And if you didn't read any further into this report, but just that, that'll give you a good understanding of what happened financially within the district for the year. After that, then, are the entity-wide financial statements on pages 13 and 14. These are kind of a compressed, consolidated representation of all the district's funds, but then it also includes long-term assets and liabilities. I don't like to spend too much time there because you live in the funds world. That's the way you budget and operate. And on pages 15 and 17, then, are the operating statements of the district's funds. On page 15, item to note here, and on 17 too, actually, is we're now deferring the first installment of the property taxes. And you can see that on page 15 because the deferred property taxes is now roughly twice as big as the taxes receivable. So you receive the money in June, but we're not recognizing it as revenue until the next year. Now that's consistent with the district's thought on the treatment of those funds. You've always considered them to be used for the subsequent period. So this change in reporting just aligns with that thinking that you've always had. So it makes it more apples to apples. On page 17, you can see the amounts of the restatements to fund balance. So if we're taking essentially revenue that had previously been recognized out and putting it in next year, then your fund balances are going to take a hit. And you can see the prior period adjustments totaling just almost $62 million, representing the deferral of those first installment taxes. So that reduced your fund balances, and you're still really good financial condition. It did that, and the debt you issued did bear a factor on your financial profile score. Now, where you previously were in the recognition category, now you just missed recognition by just about $100,000. You're in financial review category now. And the reason for that, the main reason, was that the revenues to fund balance ratio fell. So because your fund balance has dropped, and then also you issued more debt, so you took a little bit of a hit against your debt limitation, your available your ability to issue more debt. So, but really, that's just a number. Your condition hasn't changed. It's just something that the state uses. Okay. After that, then, are the notes of the financial statements, and here we discuss the significant accounting policies, how we recognize transactions, how the district deals with capital assets, that sort of thing. Couple of takeaways here on pages 31, your cash and investment footnote. The thing to note there is that all of your deposits with financial institutions were either covered by depository insurance or collateralized with investments held in the district's name. So that's as safe as you can be. On page 32 is a summary of the capital assets activity for the year, and as expected, because of the work you've been doing, those capital assets increased. Page 33 and through 37 is a summary of the district's long-term debt for the year, and here's where we see the $55.5 million premiums coming in related to the new bonds. You did have payments down, but your bonded debt went from just short of $79 million to about $125 million at year end. After that, then, are these rather lengthy pension, other post-employment benefit footnotes. I always like to pause on these. On page 40 shows the liability related to the teacher's retirement system for District 205. The total liability associated with, for TRS, associated with 205 is $490 million. Just short of $6 million of that is allocated to the district. The state is on the hook for the remaining $483, $84 million. That's just one district in Illinois, $500 million. Those numbers are huge. And they only allocate the $6 or $7 million to the district because it's based on how much the district itself contributes into the pension plan. And the district really only contributes things like salaries paid out of federal funds, that sort of thing. So it's a relatively small ratio. Page 47 is the IMRF, and Illinois Municipal Retirement Fund for your non-certified people. That liability at year end is about $4.5 million. It had come down from the previous year because earnings in its investment holdings had improved. But that fund just kind of takes care of itself. Your contribution rates are adjusted each year depending on the actuarial studies. Page 50 then is the liability related to the other post-employment benefit, the Teachers Health Insurance Security Fund. Here, it's a little over $173 million. Now, the district share of that is about 73.6. The state share is about 99.8. And I think I might have mentioned this to you last year. This one worries me a little bit because unlike the pensions, there's no constitutional provision that the state provide this for you. So If the state wanted to push something back towards the local districts, in my opinion, and I haven't heard anything other than, anything to support this really, but in my opinion, this would be a prime candidate to push back onto the district. Now, the district does contribute to this at a rate of 1.24% every year, so it would not surprise me if that continues to creep up, especially considering the financial condition of the state. Now, the district also has its own other post-employment plan, and you treat that as a pay-as-you-go, just like the state treats THIS. It's not funded. You have about a $10 million actuarial liability there at year end. Page 58, then, I wanted to highlight that that's where we describe the nature of the amounts of the period adjustment related to the deferral of the property taxes. Pages 59 through 68 then are what we call required supplementary information. It's primarily statistical information to support those pension and other post-employment benefit plan footnotes. You can get historical trend information out of there and see where it's been and where it might be headed. After that, then, beginning on page 71 are the combining and individual fund financial statements. 71 shows the breakout of what we combine into the general fund. For financial reporting purposes, the general fund consists of the education, operations, and maintenance, and working cash funds. And you can see them individually there. After that, then, we also show individual detail line item of the actual costs compared to budget for each of those funds. And the takeaway here is, you're good stewards of your finances in 205. I think that your budget lays out your financial plan that you consider very carefully, and this report shows that you stick to that plan. The only variance there is because for the TRS and THIS, our standards require us to recognize a revenue and expenditure amount for what the estimate is that the state kicks in on behalf of the district. And that's always a hit and miss proposition, so it's almost impossible to budget for. Other than that, though, you aligned with your budgets very well. After that, then, are those statistical tables that I referenced, and here there's a whole series of them, mostly 10 years. You can get a picture of financial trends and revenue capacity, debt capacity, demographic and economic information, and other operating statistics. That was really about it for the financial report. Operationally, we continue to see the district do a real good job in the business office. There's an excellent attitude towards organizational controls. You have proper people in place. You have the checks and balances, and you really do an excellent job there. Consequently, we did not have any formal management letter comments. So that's indicative of the district doing an outstanding job in that department. So from my perspective, you continue to do an excellent job, and I think the business office and with the district's oversight, they should be commended. So that's really about all I had to say. Did you have any questions for me?
Well, first of all, thank you for the report, and I also want to just thank Chris Welton and the business office and Dr. Moyer for, it's that work that gets us a good report and a good standing. So thank you. Any questions, Chris?
Yeah, thank you. I was hoping you could just comment on how many of our peers have adopted similar revenue recognition accounting policy change in your experience?
Well, there's I would say 25% maybe. We also do Naperville 203's audit, and they did the same thing this year. But, it's less than half, I would say.
Okay, got it. And then because I think it's an important distinction, that's a non-cash item that it's an accounting change. The financial statements look different, but the amount of cash, which is our taxpayers' cash, is unaffected by this, correct?
That's right, absolutely right, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really change anything. It aligns the financial reporting with the district's internal philosophy. So
Right.
I think it's a positive thing that way.
All right, great, thank you. And then, I just thought it was important, you mentioned the pension and OPEB liabilities, which are extremely large, and just good to keep in mind in terms of future decision-making and a reason for why we keep fund balance set aside in case there was a shift of that towards the district, that we would be able to maintain a continuity of programming for our children. And just as a finance professional coming onto the board almost 2 years ago now, I was expecting to find some deficiencies in how we operated as a finance infrastructure, and I really have not. And I've been very impressed with the quality of the reporting and the controls and systems that are in place. And I think it's important just for our constituents to understand, whether you agree with our decisions on allocating the capital or not, the systems and controls in place underlying those decisions, I think, are excellent. And thank you to Chris and team for all of their work on that.
Anybody else? Jim?
Did you hear Jim's question?
No, I can't hear anything now.
I didn't hear it either.
That's this. Can you hear me now? Yes. All right, that's the story of my life. Thank God I read that. So I'll just read it again. No, first of all, just so it's on the record, thanks to Mr. Welton and his department. They do a great job. I just want to echo what Chris Kaczynski said. And I'll skip all the stuff in the middle and get right down to, we've established that, no cash has left the district, and all we've done is make a revenue recognition accounting change. But under the state's evaluation method, we've just barely missed that financial recognition category that we had been in for the last many, many years. So let me ask two questions at once. One, is that just, because the state evaluation method kind of can't keep up or doesn't keep up with the accounting change that our district and many other districts have made? And then, my second question is, do the rating agencies keep up with the change? The question there is, is there a chance that could affect our credit rating?
Yeah, as far as the state's formula, it does look at days cash on hand, but that's a much smaller piece than this ratio of revenues to fund balance. So it does not consider the deferment of those first installment taxes in the formula. As far as the rating agencies, I think they're more sophisticated than just simply looking at a number and looking at fund balances. If you were to go out and get rated now and they looked at this audit report, they would see that the reason that the fund balances were low was the result of this accounting change, and that as you mentioned, your cash balances are untouched. So they would see that you still have the same financial resources. It's just being presented a little differently.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I've talked to these guys before, and clearly they see both kinds of districts, whether it's recognized or not, and I've never heard of a district being hurt for this revenue recognition policy.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm that. And then also for the board's sake, I think we, at some point in the future, we're going to have to make some policy or some changes in the numbers in our policies to correctly affect this accounting change. So that's something that yeah, Courtney, if you could put that on our to-do list, that'd be great.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And can't see you, but thank you. All right. Take care. All right. Next is the elementary Spanish proposal. Is that you?
All right, so this fall, the administration recommended that we suspend elementary Spanish instruction due to our significant staffing issues that we're facing, continue to face. And when I broached this topic, the board wanted to have us revisit this in January. And really, nothing has changed. So the recommendation is to continue to suspend the elementary Spanish through the end of the school year, which, because of the way the motion was written, would require a vote at the second meeting in January. And since we were bringing up the topic of elementary Spanish in January, I wanted to bring all of these together into the same presentation and discussion, as opposed to holding off till February with the rest of the curriculum discussion, and then end up having to have back-to-back, discussions about the same topic. So, in addition to the vote to suspend the program for the rest of the year, we're in the midst of developing staffing and schedules in a complex environment that involves moving teachers and students to multiple buildings And that planning process has been ongoing for several months, and there are statutory deadlines in March. And we're trying to wrap up staffing by the end of this month. And so we are recommending that we permanently discontinue elementary Spanish beginning with the 2021-22 school year. And the reason for that is that it does not, it's not a prerequisite for any middle school participation, and it doesn't advance language proficiency in any meaningful way. We also have two opportunities that we did not have when this program was originally adopted by the board, which is a two-way dual language Spanish immersion program, which does truly lead to biliteracy and bilingualism and bicultural competencies. We also have reconfigured our middle school opportunities to where students can begin Spanish in middle school and in sixth grade and actually get to a third year of the language by the time they start high school. And that had not been the case in the past as well. Finally, we are short in our ability to appropriately address health standards at the elementary level. And as some of our MTSS and Thrive D205 discussions have pointed out, we really want to develop some consistency and increase our focus in the areas of social emotional learning. And some of the things that have to do with those topics as to exactly how we intend to approach that will be part of the February presentation. But you have a change management protocol in your packet that has some additional details and reiterates some of the rationale in the implementation process about professional learning, curriculum development, or any other costs associated and other specifics associated with the proposal. I have our Director of Language Acquisition, Ariana Leonard, who is an expert in these areas to a far greater degree than I am, to give you some exact specifics of why we're bringing this recommendation forward and why the administration believes that we could better allocate resources in areas that are more impactful for our students. So Ariana, you could take it from there, please.
Thank you, Dr. Moyer. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. Yeah, just going along with what Dr. Moyer said, our current Spanish program is an exposure program that is, 30 to 60 minutes a week, depending on what day of the week the students get their class. And it's different it's not the same as dual language. As you all know, dual language is more really focused on developing bilingual and biliterate students. The elimination of Spanish at the elementary will not have a significant impact for our 612 curriculum, as all of our students who start world language at sixth grade all start at the level 1, because it accounts for students who hadn't been in any sort of language exposure in elementary schools prior. So, and we've worked really hard and are continuing to work really hard to make sure our 612 curriculum is robust and rigorous and vertically and horizontally aligned for all languages, so that we can better track students' progress towards the SEAL. So I don't anticipate we'd see any reduction in those numbers moving forward. Ideally, with any sort of foreign language program at the elementary level, it would be something that starts in kindergarten and is done every single day of the week, because that's how students learn language best, is to have that immersive experience and to have regular exposure to it. Unfortunately, we're only able to provide 2 days a week most for that. And so while the kids get some exposure to the language, it's not as much as we would really like if we were having like a full implemented world language program at the elementary level. And so that kind of just goes along with language acquisition and development research, so that once they get to middle school, they do get the language every single day and in high school. So I hope there's some of your questions.
So, basically, that's the, that's the explanation and that's the proposal, and we would place this on the agenda again in January for approval.
Okay, thanks. All right, so can somebody, you or maybe even Nikki, are the health requirements, like, is that I guess I'm a little confused. Is that required? Is that something that the state's requiring? Is that something, I guess, can you elaborate a little on that?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So Leslie Weber's done a really great job of uncovering the inconsistencies of our board policy, the state required minutes for PE and health, and then our current curriculum and resources that we're implementing. And so next year, what we'd like to do, and we'll talk more about this next month, but looking at that health curriculum and what the standards are so that we can develop something that's more robust. It used to be, we used to teach health during science, and now that we have a new science curriculum with curriculum resources, that's just not able to take place anymore. And so, I'll go back to when I was a principal at Hawthorne. I remember when I would do the master schedule, we were super tight on minutes, and health wasn't even, it was being included in science, but really to what extent are we really hitting on those health standards? So yes, there are state required health standards.
So am I hearing you right that because we've improved our science and amped up, like made it more robust or rigorous, then now we need to look at health kind of?
Right. I've been here for 10 years, and I don't think we've looked at our health curriculum or resources or the standards required by the state for at least 13 years. So that's definitely a need that we have.
Okay. And then, all right, so that was more just clarification. And then my one question that I just had, and I don't know if you can answer this now, and I'm sorry that I'm asking this right now, but is there any, clearly this year it's remote, and I mean, things have been remote and things have changed as far as how education, there's curriculum options that maybe weren't there. Is there any option that is remote or online or something that could be offered a different way? I don't even know if that's something we want to consider, but I guess I'm just curious, as an enrichment or something, because, as Ariana said, it's about exposure, right? And you really need more than just a couple times a week. So is there any other option that's not dual language, but that, could be incorporated, even if it's after school or a lunch? I don't know. I'm just curious.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. A couple board members reached out over the weekend and last night about other ways that we could expose students to world language opportunities, not just Spanish, but potentially other languages as well. And I would be more than open and willing and excited actually to partner or to look at creating a partnership with either our park district, or we have stipends at the elementary level if there were teachers that were interested in using and the principals were interested in using that stipend money to create some sort of an after school opportunity. Lunch is also, if we had parent volunteers who wanted to come in, those are all options that we're more than willing to explore.
Okay, sorry. Anybody? Courtney?
So I agree. Thank you, Ariana, Nikki, both of you, Dr. Moyer, for the information. And I agree that exposure K through 5 is not the same as dual language. And I think our community has heard us talk about dual language enough to know that it's not the same. How many students were on the wait list for dual language last year? Do we know? I mean, let's start with, was there a wait list to get into the dual language program last year?
No. All of the students that wanted in were accommodated.
Okay. And do we have the capacity, if K-5 exposure is no longer an option, to accommodate more students into that program. I'm guessing we're starting just at kindergarten, but I feel like if parents don't see it as an option, or I'm sorry, third grade though. So how could we roll students into dual language?
You can't do that
can't.
at the upper grade levels. They
Right.
have to start, they have to start.
Kindergarten, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, thank you, that's for clearing that up. So I'm wondering if we could not consider the Spanish exposure, world language exposure, K through 3 through 5, as an elective, like we do at the middle school with the wheel. Students get to pick 3 out of 5, and that would still free up the time in the schedule. But at the 3 through 5 age, parents would have to make the decision between art, music, and Spanish. And they can choose what's right for their family as 2 options. Pick 2 out of these 3, because we don't have time in our day to accomplish all the things we need to accomplish. And I'm fully supportive of the health standards and the social emotional learning aspect of why we need more space, time in our day. But I'm just wondering if we can get creative of how to still offer that option to families. And maybe that's a way. Is that feasible?
Well, I'm going to defer to Nikki after I give my initial answer, but I would say that is not feasible at the elementary level to create an elective type concept because of the way they need to schedule at that grade level. I think that we have space implications at our buildings, and we also have that would add FTE, that would add an additional cost. But actually, the practical way that elementaries have to schedule their blocks and their specials is not the easiest undertaking to begin with. And it is, I don't think that would be a feasible option at the elementary level to create, kind of an elective choice type model. But Nikki, if you want to speak to that with your experience, being able to maybe give a better idea of what would be behind why I answered that way?
Yeah, no, I think everything that you said is correct, Dr. Moyer. What I'd like to do between now and the next board meeting, when you're going to vote, is to look up the actual number of minutes by the state. I think, but I don't want to misspeak, I think we're over the number of minutes in music, but I'm not quite sure on that. But there are not state required minutes for world language at the elementary level, where there are state required minutes for art, music, PE. So scheduling wise, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how that would work. I think, I could sit and again, think about that a little bit and explore that a little bit. But I think the best, since there's not state mandated required minutes for it, and we're so tight on minutes as it is, I think the best approach would be to try to seek an opportunity at lunch, after school, or through the park district.
I think another factor is that you have to schedule the specials to cover the various different grade levels when the teachers have their prep periods and their PLC time throughout the day. And so there's kind of a little bit of a science behind how they have to do that in order to accommodate that. And they already have, they already struggle with that with the number of travel teachers that we have in those special areas, which I think will get better when the construction project is complete, but that'll take a few years to unwind itself. So, yeah, I think that part of it would be awful difficult to accommodate. I think some of the other potential creative solutions have a better chance of being, feasible.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the offer, Nikki, to explore it a little more. I'm not in support of taking away exposure of anything that students and families might not have the ability to do at home. So if the answer is to creatively provide those opportunities to our students in another way during lunch or, in a rec station situation at their schools after school, I'm certainly open to those suggestions, but I'm not in support of not giving them the opportunity to be enhanced with that option.
Jim?
Adrienne, I have a question for you first. It's been a while since I've heard or looked at any research regarding language acquisition, but is it still the case that language acquisition is much easier for a child if they begin their exposure at age 5 or before? Is that still the current research?
Yes.
So if, like Nikki was suggesting, which I think is a great idea, of having an after-school program or a lunch period club or something like that that involves language acquisition, beginning in kindergarten and going through the end of 5th grade, I would be in great support of that. And then parents who want their kids with that exposure can have that option. I think that's a great idea.
Chris?
So I just wanted to zero in on the academic merits of the program that we're discussing here, because I feel like each of you has sort of quietly indicated that the learning that's taking place at the elementary level is not having any material impact on academic performance in Spanish once you get to middle school, when you compare kids who do take the elementary Spanish program versus kids who do not. So, in other words, the program itself is not really advancing the learning of Spanish. And I just want to confirm is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Karen?
Dr. Moyer, help me recall the conversation originally. Did we say that if there is more need the interest in dual language immersion, that we would expand it beyond one school?
Well, what we said at the time is that we would consider creative options for offering the program at a second site. What we do with the immersion program, which is really the better program, is it's important to have a balance of native and non-native speakers. And so, to do that would present its own set of challenges, but if the demand were there, we would try to figure out a way to accommodate more people. I think that we would currently, and Ariana, correct me if I'm wrong, but we currently would have additional space for the native English-speaking students beyond what have currently enrolled for the next school year. Is that correct? We could take some more native English-speaking students into that program before we'd have to worry about being full?
Yes.
So if we do have families that are interested in the world language or Spanish at the younger grades, there is the opening for dual language, or the possibility that they could get into dual language immersion. And then as much as, I like to offer all kinds of things, I think we have the data that we've thought for decades now is, to Chris's point, to clarity, is that, at some point we do have to look at what's the return on programs. And we do offer, if people really want to do this, immersion is the best. And, there's all kinds of things that people want to be exposed to, and there's all kinds of offerings to do that. So I would support, club or, working with the park district, or, be creative, people who want to start doing that learning pod, because I'm all in favor of that, but we can't be everything to everyone, especially if it's not effective.
Just building on Karen, what you're saying, I think too, next year, I would think, we're going to be dealing with learning loss, and we don't, right? We don't know.
Well, you've asked for a report on the student growth, and there are some reasons that I'm not going to go into why that report is a little bit behind, but you'll have that on Thursday afternoon. and you'll be able to see where we're currently at based on the best information we have. And I think that Mary Ann did a nice job putting that information together. So you'll have that information on Thursday, but you will see that there are some things that our teams are going to be working to address over the course of the next couple of years based on what we've been experiencing this last year. So.
Okay, so just to kind of circle back, are we then as consensus for an alternative, like a club or some creative option that removes it from the school day? Is there the regular schedule, but there's an option for kids? Is that? Yes, or you okay with that?
Yeah. Again, yes, a couple points that I thought I heard is dual language is not going to be a replacement for this taking away elementary Spanish. Those two don't match. So the students who were in this program from 3 to 5 cannot transfer over to dual language. So looking for another option for these students and these families. And then that would be potentially presented to us at some time in the future.
Yeah, I think that we want to take a look at the way we take a look at summer school opportunities and all different kinds of things. In summer school, meaning multiple, from enrichment to intervention, and what are the purposes and the opportunities that students have. We do have stipends, as we said, that are available that buildings can allocate. We do have some partnership opportunities out there that we can explore. So I think that we can come back to you and explain to you what some of the enrichment types of opportunities are that we're able to support for interested parties. I don't know that we can have that to you, in 2 weeks, because it's going to take them some groundwork, I think, to talk with a number of people and figure out how they could make those opportunities available. But certainly we will commit to coming up with some type of an enrichment opportunity for people that are interested.
Yeah, I'm definitely balancing, because I do understand that we will need time in the schedule to make up ground from the learning loss from this year. And like I said, I do appreciate the emphasis on social emotional learning. But I need to support the change. I just need to know that there's a commitment to providing the option for exposure to families. Within, like I said, within the school day or afterwards, and I love the idea of the stipends and make that an opportunity for teachers to continue to give this option and opportunity to our students. But I do want families to be able to opt in to having that exposure for their student.
I'd also like for us to think a little bit about not opening it up to just Spanish. So for example, at each of the buildings, we have ELL teachers at most of the buildings who do speak Spanish, but they may speak other languages as well. So I would like to think of, if we have a parent who speaks fluent French and wants to come at lunch and work with kids at lunch with French, I'd like for us to think about it that way. So Edison may have a parent who speaks German, and Hawthorne might have a parent who speaks French. So it may not look the same at each building, just based off of the skill set of the individuals willing to provide those opportunities. So I don't want to be disingenuous that it would just be Spanish.
Yeah, no, love that idea, Nikki.
All right.
And could I just add that it would also offer us the opportunity to offer it K-5 instead of just 3-5.
Yes, I like that.
That'd be great. Yep.
All right. Is that good? Okay, so then we will go on to 100-day plan report.
If you could pull that up for me, please. I just wanted to give you an update on how we did first semester with our 300-day plan goals and what we are adjusting them to for the second semester based and the rationale we're using for why we're choosing to extend this work the way we are. So that's what I just said. So you can go to the next slide. Those were the existing plans from the fall. And if you go to the next slide, the first one related to PLCs. And of the 173 PLCs, 83% reported spending at least 70% of their time on PLC questions 2 through 4. Our goal was to get to 100%. Now, if you remember that this will tie into the second goal related to personalized learning, but when the question 1 has to do with what do you want students to learn, and so that focuses more on curriculum and what is being taught. And what we really wanted to do was move the needle into assessment and intervention and enrichment, which is what questions 2 through 4 focus on, because we felt that our PLCs were getting bogged down on question 1. And so, while we didn't get to 100%, we do, I believe, and we didn't have any baseline data, last year, but based on my experience in the buildings and my observations with principals and evaluations and, the things that I've seen, I definitely think that is significant movement from where we had been in the past. So we didn't get to 100%, but I think we saw significant growth, which I want to commend our teachers on committing to the importance of moving into the assessment and intervention and enrichment conversations. So if you go to the next slide, RJ, please. That had to do with power standards and personalized learning pathways. So we wanted our PLCs, 100% of our PLCs, to select 2 power standards and then to provide personalized interventions and extension opportunities for all of their students based on each of the standards that they selected. 82% of our PLCs reported providing the appropriate supports for students for those standards. 63% reported providing extensions for each of those standards. Now, when you dig into PLCs and spend a lot of time with PLCs, it's not uncommon for PLC teams to struggle with the extension piece of question 4. When they finally move past question 1, they have a tendency to be extremely focused on the intervention piece and have a difficult time getting to the extending the curriculum for the students that have already mastered the standards. So again, 63% is not where we want to be in an ideal world, but I do definitely think it's an improvement in where we have been. I also think it's an area that we should consider for continued growth, just because that relates to rigor, and it's going to relate to some of our KPIs and some of our future school improvement work. But I do see that I do believe that this goal did enhance the concepts of the standards focus and the personalization that we were trying to get to. So again, it's a good starting point and it's good data for our future work. If you go to the next slide, Scott, if you could just jump on and talk about these next 2 slides and the work that we did in the third area related to technology to set up our second set of 100-day plans, please.
Sure. Hi, everyone. We formulated a vision for tech integration it started actually pre-pandemic, in the spring of last year, actually the winter of last year. And this was shared in August 11th at the board meeting. And really what we tried to do was just provide a high-level vision for how we wanted to not only train and support the staff, but also progress monitor our work with tech innovation. So in a simple sense, this is basically 4 steps. The first being training, the second being support and building the capacity, the third being where we're at now, which is progress monitoring, and then the last step will be in the spring, in which we have a summative assessment coming up that we have done in the past as well. This is all focused around the tech quadrants that you see in the middle. That was from ICLE and some of our work with Eric Scheninger, and we're building off that both now and into the future. If you go to the next slide. Some of the achievements along the way this year, in terms of the first stage of training, we have the partnership with Corwin, in which we've utilized the distance learning playbook. And then, of popular demand, they also came out with the distance learning playbook for parents, which is related to the session coming up on the 20th with one of the authors, Ms. Rosalind Weissman. We had 7 sessions. There were more than that, but formally there were 7 that were for coaches, principals, and APs as it related to that text. And then we have 6 sessions with the parent engagement. A lot of the outcomes of this work really fall into that second step of the supportive capacity building. We've had, at a minimum, 58 professional learning sessions for the staff, which is incredible. Last week, we had representatives from Apple come in via Zoom from across the nation to deliver PD with the iPads. We've had just really great, not only staff satisfaction and survey results on that, but really powerful collaboration with the instructional coaches and the learning and teaching team members. It's been a really great example of the power of the district to work together. You'll see some of the staff satisfaction rates there. We've had high attendance as it relates to students. As we talked last time, the student attendance has been almost 99% across the district, which is incredible during this difficult time. So that has been the progress so far.
So the idea with the tech plan was that the first semester, or with the tech goal, was that the first semester was to be more foundational. We wanted to identify what we wanted to see in the classroom, and we wanted to help ensure that we knew how we were going to supervise to and coach to those important things that we expectations that we set. So the other thing I want to add, and I probably should have added at the beginning, is that we met last February, and we're starting to introduce some concepts like portrait of a graduate and the idea of revisiting KPIs and those types of things. And that kind of got delayed, and so we wanted to create a system to move the people doing the work to become more outcome focused as a sort of a stopgap measure until we got to the revised district KPIs. And the goal would be that in the future, every year we would take those KPIs, we would look at the data, and we would sit with the board and we would agree what would the annual improvement goals be that the board wants to see around those KPIs. And then the building level school improvement plans would have these 100-day plans that would support that work. So it would look a little bit different, but some of the 100-day planning concepts would remain in a slightly different way, or at least that's the thinking right now. So if you go to the next slide, the second set of 100-day plans focus on essentially the same 3 areas, but they take a slightly different form and they get a little bit more into outcomes. So if you go to the next slide, because PLCs are the foundation of all of our school improvement work, are the essence of how we expect to drive our improvements in student learning and instructional delivery. We didn't get to 100%, so we decided we wanted to keep the goal, and we wanted to keep upping the ante, and we wanted to get to 100%. So that goal remains the same. The second goal, the draft KPIs, which we will share with you this week as well, leading into an upcoming meeting to finalize that hopefully in February, have a benchmark of 90% of students meeting or exceeding standards on the IAR and the SAT. And that's going to be a stretch goal for a lot of us because we're not there yet. And so what we wanted to do was build on the work we did with standards and personalization, and then also start to get people moving to that 90% number in their head and understanding what that looks like. So we selected the number 80% of students demonstrating course competencies, and we picked those two bullets as to what we were going to shoot for at each grade level, as how we would measure and report that for this second semester. And so you can see on the slide what those are. And then the third 100-day plan related to technology also has some more refined outcomes. Oh, we got a duplicate slide in there. Sorry about that, gang. Eric Scheninger came and visited classrooms at every grade level in every building last year, or fall of 2019, and provided some baseline data on how we were implementing technology in 5 different areas. And what we did is we took that baseline data and we said when he comes back this spring and replicates that process, we wanted to see movement in these 3 areas. We wanted to increase the amount of quad D learning that's observed in the classrooms. We wanted to increase technology use in general, which at this point shouldn't be a problem. That's like a batting practice fastball right now for us. But at the time, that was an important goal for us, is just to make sure that people were actually using the things that we had invested in. And then the third one related to student agency has to do with, and we could show you those rubrics if you're interested as to how that's defined. But essentially, are the teachers using technology, or are the students using technology? And are the teachers driving are the students driving their own learning with the technology in various different ways? Or is it more of a substitute device and less of something that's moving toward more higher level thinking, or independent learning, or collaborative learning, or those types of concepts? So those are the 3 tech goals. And that's the summary. So I appreciate you giving us the audience and listening to where we're at and where we're trying to get to. Relatively simple concepts, and just wanted to share with you where we're at with that part of our portion of our work.
Great, thank you for the update. Anybody? All right. Oh.
So given that the 100-day plan was put together prior to this school year, and that we've, it's been unexpected. Do we have flexibility in working with Eric Scheninger? I mean, I don't know how he's coming out this spring and what that looks like, but what's the flexibility on what we're asking him for, based on it looks different this year than what was expected last year when he was here?
Well, I think that he'll be able to visit classrooms. And, we're in our hybrid model now, and we're expecting that by March, that if we, get the vaccine and we get these rates and other indicators start to improve, that, everybody's goal is to have more students in class more frequently. And one of my big concerns moving into next year is that we don't lose the momentum that we've established with technology, and all of a sudden the kids are back in the classroom and we revert back to I don't want to say traditional, because that doesn't mean it was all bad, but the idea that we somehow or another don't maximize or capitalize on what we've learned and the momentum that we've made. So I think being able, one of the benefits to having him come back is to affirm with teachers and have them experience that accomplishment of seeing from an independent outside set of eyes the fact that they have that all of this work that Scott talks about is manifesting itself, and they are getting dividends, and they have improved their skills, and I want them to feel that sense of satisfaction. Obviously, nobody was particularly thrilled with the results, but they were what they were, and we made a commitment to build on that. And so I think that the types of things that he's looking for, he will be able to give us an accurate assessment of what we're doing, even if it's not, even if we're not back to, more of a full, completely traditional classroom setup. I think the information he gets us will still be good information for us to be able to use to assess, where we're at and where we've come.
Okay, so I think you are adjusting, and I think that it's just important that we communicate that and put, some of those expectations in writing, first off, so that it's clear to people on the outset, right? And then secondly, I think that toward the end, what you were saying is the key. Since I've been involved with technology integration most of my adult life, it's not a good or a bad. It's a reality check of where we are, and it's always just a positive movement forward. And that's the mindset, that's the communication, that's the whatever. And the more that we can articulate it that way, the less the fear, the more that it's okay. I mean, success is by learning from failures. And if we don't set the culture of, right, that, it's not going to be plan A. We've experienced it, people, and our kids are learning it. So we as adults, I think that we just have to use different language, a different mindset. I've always said with the tech committee, I've been here, it is what it is. And if we can't be real about what it is, then how do you know how to move it forward? And how do you learn how to have those conversations that people can be honest? Just like the EOS thing. It's really changing the culture to have the kids to be that honest to write the things that they wrote on that example. And then for us adults to be confidential with that information and treat it as precious gold to move them forward and help them. It's not a judgment. It's what's the reality and how do we move it forward?
Well, I think that one thing too is that in the goal itself, you've seen that we've put a supervision expectation in there. And so Scott and RJ, this was before Nick came on board, met with Eric in the fall, and we have his rubrics. And so there's not going to be any mystery about what he's looking for. We tried to lay some of that groundwork in the fall. And so the coaches and the principals will be working, with the teachers and providing feedback. And, really, we do expect that we're going to see some solid improvement in March.
So just one thing that you said in that, and I know that Chris actually had mentioned this at some point too, but is there a way that we can gather, and maybe you're already doing this, so, what is working that we like what, I mean, while we hear a lot about what isn't working, there are some things that are working that I think maybe, we'll want to keep going
Well-
into next year. So I guess like how, and what is the opportunity for kids to speak into what's working, and parents and teachers and basically the entire organization?
Well, I definitely think that there are teachers that have been doing some outstanding work. I mean, I know Scott has spoken many times how impressed he is, and I think RJ would verify that here, he's here in the room right now, that they have seen some really outstanding work from many of our people. So you're absolutely right about that. I think that on January, at the next board meeting under the superintendent's communication, I'm going to be asking Nikki to give a report on the January 15th Teacher Institute, and Scott to give a report on the January 6th Remote Professional Learning Day, so that we can sort of give you an update on what the recent professional learning has entailed. And maybe we can work some of those successes and good news stories into that. I think we'd have a nice natural fit there.
Well, and I guess too, just to kind of elaborate, even for maybe taking it a little further of, some people liked parent-teacher conferences online or remote. I mean, just some of these little things that had to happen this way this year. And as you plan for next year, is there a way to incorporate getting people's feedback, because we don't have to totally go back to how it was? I mean, I think,
No,
like, I know you've
I think that
mentioned
you're
that.
right. I think that we've built in different ways to monitor the pulse of parents and students, and I think that we will continue to do that. But I do know, I'm not sure. I think Scott or Nikki, I think we did get some feedback on parent-teacher conferences, but I do know that there was some sentiment that there were a number of people who mentioned that they felt that the online conferences were a good thing. Probably the people that liked them the most were the people that didn't have to fight for parking spots at York, but.
Well, and just the stress of trying to organize, and I'd say the same thing about curriculum night, right? Like, especially if you have multiple kids in the same building and you're trying to get to different curriculums for different grade levels, I think the stress of being able to negotiate all that on your own time, and I completely agree with Kara that there's some great takeaways that we were forced to adapt to this year, but that were helpful to parents, and I think those are definitely some of them. I mean, and a lot of even the Zooms, all the presentations that the PTA Council and the district has put on throughout this year, the numbers of people participating or watching afterwards the recorded version of it has got that information out to more people in our community than we have ever been able to do before, because they were able to do it in a non-stressful environment when it worked for them. And that's something we should not forget.
I agree. I do think it was a nice way to meet the needs of many different families, whether they were working in the evening or during the day, to have the opportunity through some of these virtual programs, or to see some of the virtual programs of other grade levels that were doing whether it was a music program or a play or things like that. Not that those things would be happening that way, but it's just it's been a tough year, but there have been some positive things that I think we should try to get some feedback on as we move forward. I agree completely.
Yeah, I think what needs to happen, we have a reopening committee that's been working hard to try to make progress in that area, and I think we should have a working group that's separate from that, that's solely focused on trying to draw lessons of what do we like from all this, if anyone can put themselves in that mind space, what do we want to keep from all this, and bring recommendations to our board, with plenty of time remaining for us to be able to incorporate their feedback for next school year.
So I agree with the feedback, Chris, and there can be a committee, but I think that we need to hear from everybody, not just people on a committee. I think whether it's I hate to say the word survey, but something, I mean, we've even employed thought exchange before, and maybe that's something that people are used to and they know how to use it, and it's pretty well received. So I think maybe there's a layer of a committee, but I really think that it'd be nice to hear from everybody would have the opportunity in the organization. That's just my personal view.
Dave, I had one other question. Because PLCs is so fundamental to what we're doing. I know we're close but missed the target. Was there any, was it big reason, aha? I mean, can you give us some insights as to what's going on there?
Yeah, I thought that, the principals that I worked with were very diligent about monitoring this, and I think that the teachers internalized it as well. At least from what I saw, they understood what we were trying to do, and I respected the fact that they didn't give lip service to it. So I think we have pretty accurate numbers, actually, as to what that reflects. And what I'm thinking is that we've had unique circumstances that have made it necessary for people to spend more time on the planning. We've had, a lot of long-term subs. We've had, teachers that were hired in the middle of the year, all of those kinds of things. So we had turnover on teams. And we also had people adjusting to different modalities repeatedly. And we, learned more and more about how to use the technology, how to build relationships with kids in a distance setting. People were sharing that information as they learned it and acquired it. And I think that there are some reasons why maybe we didn't get to that 100% mark, because the time that they spent on question one wasn't necessarily wasted time per se. And they still made the commitment to trying to move, but I just think that there were different things that were thrown at them that we required them to spend time on, and they just couldn't get to the 100%.
And then the last question is on slide 10 of 13. The power standards and personalized learning pathways. It's saying that the elementary students will be proficient or above in at least 80% of reported standards in math and ELA, given this year. So is this a factor? There's a two-part to the question. So is this a factor, and the framework as to how we figure out how we help the students recover from any learning loss this year is the first question. And two, help me understand, middle school and high school students will receive all A's and B's in their courses? That's a broad statement, so
Well, what we're
put it into
saying-
context for us.
What we're saying is 80% of the students will receive A's and B's. Maybe we could tighten that up. We're going to bring this to the principals tomorrow for some feedback, and maybe we can just tighten up the language there. But the idea is that that we would see 80% of our students receiving A's and B's, and all A's and B's. And at the younger grade level, it would be on whatever the grade level reporting standards are, that 80% of our students would be minimally proficient on the reporting standards. That was a way for us to, as I said, if the future KPI is going to be 90% proficient on IAR and SAT, we've got to get people to start understanding what that number means and how to get to that number. That's an ambitious goal. It's the right goal for this district. I'm not questioning that, but it's gonna be a multi-year process to get to that goal, I think. And so this is just the first step that we have in terms of really getting teachers focused on the fact that, and it does relate, a little bit to the equity conversation too, because when you write it this way, You have to look at every individual student. You can't look at the average aggregate score of, this is the SAT score, or, this is the average score on our final exam. I mean, so it's also a little bit of an incremental move into looking at, some true equity conversations. So I don't know if that addresses your standard, but if you're asking, if you're sort of saying under these circumstances, are we going to attain that? We're striving to attain that, and we'll see how close we get, and then we'll try to build on that. I will tell you one thing. I know that the high school is all over Ds and Fs. So, I mean, people are taking these things seriously, and we're gonna do everything we can to get to those two benchmarks.
Yeah, I was looking for a lot more context around it, and you provided it, and I think that's important moving forward that we do this. You know what I mean? Because these are, pretty bold statements, which is what we should be doing, aspirational, directional, but putting more context around it, so thank you. That's what I think is important, especially now.
Okay. All right. Next, COVID-19 update.
So COVID-19 is this little pandemic thing that we have going on, in case you missed that. Start out with an introduction. We included the results of the survey on saliva testing. So you have that in your packet. I just want to give you some overview information as to where we're currently at. So the first thing is just the local metrics. Before we left for the holiday break, we were at, the last reported information was 7.1% positivity and 346.5 cases per 100,000. The numbers a week ago, January 4th, were 6.6% positivity and 265.8%, or 0.8 cases per 100,000. As of yesterday, 1 week later, those numbers jumped to 8.2% and 390.1 cases per 100,000. So that's the most recent local metrics that we have. The second thing that I really want to emphasize is that we are going to be tracking and monitoring school level information very critically regarding attendance and quarantines and positives and those types of factors. We've actually changed one of our attendance codes to try to make sure that we have a more accurate picture of what's going on. And so we are going to take a look at the local factors, and we are going to, use that information very deliberately as we try to move through the process of getting kids back into school more than the current hybrid model is allowing for. And part of that is going to be, or hopefully part of that solution is, we think, is going to be the vaccine. So we just had a meeting yesterday with the Regional Office of Education, and the several of the districts were involved in that call. And what we're trying to do is create a partnership with the health department so that they're currently getting 10,000 vaccines a month. We expect that to be increased to about 18, or a week. We expect that to be increased to about 18,000 per week soon. But the conundrum is we have 50,000 educators and 270,000 people total in DuPage County that fall into 1B. So when they flip that switch into 1B, there's going to be significant demand for those vaccines. So what we're trying to do is create a system where we streamline the efficiency, and schools can work with partners to create this infrastructure and have a plan so that we're ready to go. And as soon as we get to 1B, Darlene can get the vaccines in the hands of people that can make sure we get the educators vaccinated. So that meeting was yesterday, and Jen Conwell is working very diligently on partnering with the hospital to try to put this together. And we're going to have to do that quickly. We're hoping that the vaccines will be ready in about 2 weeks, and when they are, we want to have that plan in place so we can go right out of the gate. So I think that that's a reason to be optimistic. Obviously, there'll be 2 rounds of vaccines that are required, and you know, so none of this is just going to happen overnight, but I think it's a step in the right direction, so I wanted to update people on that. There's also a possibility that the DuPage Medical Group, working with the hospital, might also be a part of the solution, you know, trying to get our teachers and our school personnel vaccinated. So we're working with different groups to try to expedite that. The other thing that I wanted to get into a little bit is the testing. We only had about 24 or so percent of our from our survey, we only had about 24% of our families that indicated that they were interested in participating in voluntary testing. And so that's nowhere near the threshold of 60%. So we don't think that it's advisable to recommend that we move forward with testing and spend our money in that area right now if the participation is not going to warrant that investment. However, we do know that there are developments on the national scene. The Biden administration and others are talking, the FDA, various different developments. At the national level, there's a lot of talk about getting more testing into the hands of schools, and there could be different ways that we could more conveniently run some testing programs and decide that it is advantageous to move in that direction. But right now, we're not recommending that. We are, we can revisit that at some point, but I do think that with the CARES Act money or the second round of stimulus money that's coming in, one of the things we just wanted to kind of get out there is, as we take a look at where do we want to spend that money, we really want to take a look at maybe some expanded summer school and other types of opportunities, even, starting right now before summer, to spend that money on addressing any types of needs we have to make sure that students are functioning at grade level, or if they have fallen behind, that we help catch them up. And that'll be some of that information will be included in the report that you'll be getting later this week as well. So that's kind of my overview of the COVID information. I don't really have much else to add to that. I visited a couple schools yesterday, though, the first day that the students were back, and I saw some good things. Kids were excited, teachers were excited, the systems look good. I think it was a good day. So, some bumps in the road that some different schools had to kind of work through, but for the most part, a good first day. So that was good to see.
All right, thanks. Courtney?
Thank you for the overview. I wanted to talk about the testing. I just have 2 points about it. I think I find it misleading when we say only 24% of the community is supportive of testing, because you're extrapolating that number based on the number of respondents. I think it's important for the community to know that 30% of our community is all that responded, which is disappointing to me that they're not responding to it. But 82% of those people agreed that testing was a good idea and would participate. And 76% would support mandatory testing. So I don't know that we can really say that only 24% support it. So I'm struggling with that number. And I feel like the reason I'm struggling with it is because I don't know that the community understands, at least in my mind, that testing, and the purpose I feel that testing is important is not to get us where we are to yesterday and today, going back to hybrid, but testing is to get us to the point where when we are full, or moving into full back into school, we stay there. It's another tool we can use, those factors that we talk about on how we stay in school, that if we had that data, that we could support staying in school, even if the county numbers or the 205 numbers did not look well. That factor, I'm sorry, 205. Well, 205. But if the 205 numbers did not look well, that's one of those factors that if we had that data point, we could use it to keep our kids in school. And I don't feel like that the community understands that. I feel like just going by talking to people and the number of emails that we received about it, I feel like they thought we were going to use that as a stepping stone to get to hybrid. And I think that's misleading or misunderstood by them. But I do think it's also misleading to say that only 24% of our community supports testing, because that's not accurate. So I don't know what to do with it, but I just feel like we shouldn't not take that step because we're using this data point that only 24% are in support of it.
Beth,
Well, I mean, we extended the deadline. We told people if they didn't respond, it was going to default to that they're not interested. We sent out multiple reminders. I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to say. I mean,
I'm not asking for you to explain the community's non-responsiveness. That's on them. But I do think that there was a misconception, either on the way we explained it to them or the way they interpreted how we were explaining it, about what that testing was going to be utilized for. And I'm not placing blame. All I'm just saying is that, we sent out the surveys, you extended it, but I do think that I'm disappointed at how few families responded, very disappointed, because I think they did not understand how it could be utilized to keep us in the buildings. And I don't know what to do with that, but I don't want to dismiss using testing to keep as a factor that we can use to keep us in the buildings once we're there, and to keep us in. When I say once we're there, I mean all there. Like, once there's a vaccine and once our kids are back in full school, we can use that as a factor to keep us there. And I think that's an important distinction.
I just wanted to say that, I think at the time that we were talking about it, there was a lot of different ways that we could have gone about doing it. So we weren't really sure on exactly how we would use that testing at that point, which maybe caused some confusion for our community as well. But by no fault of anyone, just because it was hard to put parameters around that at that time. One thing I would just ask is to keep the possibility on the table. And as you're talking about things about maybe testing might be available to more schools, or the administration might be trying to help schools with that, could we just keep talking about it? Perhaps it's something we could use if, once we find out what's happening with our sports programs, maybe that's an area that we could utilize it, or we could just look into different options. I do like the idea of having that data for our district, specifically in our buildings or in our sports programs, because I just think it helps us, have another tool to decide where we go from there. So that's just my personal opinion. I would just like for us to keep talking about it as things change, as we know they do on a daily basis.
yeah, I don't think it has to be off the table. I mean, I think that we can continue to, view the extent to which we think that might be proactive piece of an overall plan.
And then maybe at that time, if we need to ask people again with maybe a little more information, once we decide what those things might be, then our response rate might be better at that point.
Yeah, I think, so, I mean, I agree with some of the sentiments with regards to keeping testing as an option that's open for us in the future, but as I recall it, I do think it was made clear at the time that testing was not going to be used at this point in time to get all of the kids back in the building, and that testing was going to be used to help us stand up, if we moved forward with it, the hybrid model that we had already operated in the past. And I don't think it's that the community didn't understand what was being asked. I think that it's just very clear to me that our community doesn't believe testing is needed to put a hybrid model in place, because I think they hold two beliefs. One, they want their kids in school, and very, very importantly, two, they believe it's safe for their kids to be in school, because the layered mitigation strategies that we've established, that many institutions in our town, outside of our town, have established, have proven to be effective. And so that's why you get a low response rate. There wasn't the motivation to support testing for the purpose that they thought it was going to be used. If we went out to our constituents and said, we would like to institute a testing program for the purpose of having all of our kids in school 5 days a week and helping to sustain that, there would be massive support and a very high response rate, in my opinion. And the reason it was low was because people don't like the idea of using it for hybrid. I think, I don't think it's a lack of understanding. It's just their response to the idea was they don't like it.
Yeah, I agree with Chris. That was my perception as well, that we made it clear to the community that testing would not be used to put any more kids in a building than the current hybrid model. So I wonder, is there a plan, or are we working on a plan to put more kids in school more days a week than the current hybrid plan before the day that every staff member has gotten 2 inoculations with the available vaccine?
I think that it would be difficult to have increased capacity in our buildings until we have the teachers vaccinated. We still won't have all of the students vaccinated until possibly next fall, or who knows exactly when that's going to work. So that's one thing. And the state guidelines still state that social distancing needs to be taken into account, and we would have to completely compromise social distancing in order to do that. And I don't think you really would realistically be able to justify that until you have the teachers vaccinated. But we are looking at the plans for what are the next steps to expand capacity in the buildings. We've started those conversations, and we're definitely looking at what does that look like, and what's the logical next move for us to be able to do that. But I don't know how we can accomplish that if we're in a status quo kind of situation that we're in right now. And that's why I think that the vaccinations are a big part of that. I think that they're a huge piece in terms of us getting more students in the building.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say to that. Clearly, if clearly the way you consider it, those state guidelines preempt any current research that's out by health departments or out by universities.
Some of that research was conducted at a time when the rates were lower. Some of that research was conducted in countries that shut down for an extended period of time before they reopened the schools. I mean, there's a lot of different factors that go into all of this information. And there's a lot of doctors that I talk to that say that there's still things they don't know and they're still finding things out. So we are taking into account the current research. And I don't like the implications when people suggest that we're not. We follow it every second of every day. That's all we do. I mean, you know, what to say to that is that you just say, we're going to order everybody back and we're not going to follow social distancing, and then we can pretty much do whatever we want.
I do think it's important for the community to know that the district is working on a plan on what the next steps are, so that when our teachers are vaccinated, and I'm certainly hoping that I misunderstood, or I don't want to misinterpret your statement about our students being vaccinated, because that's, in my mind, not the benchmark about when we should be returning full to school. But when our teachers are vaccinated, then, you know, mask wearing and appropriate, you know, considerations. But we're going to have to compromise on those social, you know, the 6-foot thing. We're going to, and it's not a requirement, it's a recommendation when feasible, right? Those are the things that the community, because they believe our schools are safe, but because they believe the students are safer in the building, that's where we're going to have to adjust. And the community needs to know that, okay, we're back in hybrid, this is where we are, and you guys are, the district is already working on what the next step is, moving forward, not going back. And in my mind, moving forward is once our teachers are vaccinated, we bring more kids back into the building to the point where we keep going until we're at full capacity.
Right. And then the other point, and I am very appreciative of having this information here, and there's a variety of different ways to read this. I'm talking specifically about testing and using it as a tool. You know, the conversations that 76% of the people who responded supported mandatory testing. And I think there was a comment, and I don't know if Marianne is still on, that 30% is, while I would certainly have asked for more, is a representative sample. So,
Yeah, I think if we ran the stats on it, it would be considered a significant enough response rate to generalize.
So again, I think that, you know, that's saying 76% would support mandatory testing, which is an important point, and that is a very it's a very significant piece, and I think it's another potential tool that we could use for our plan as we continue to keep students in school and expanding. I think that's another tool that we need to consider. There's cons over everything, but just keeping our minds open to that. And then the other 82% that would participate in voluntary testing, which is certainly way over our 60% response rate. So again, I just think those are important information. We're not closing the door on anything right now. True to your point, Dr. Moyer, that information is continually growing. Reports are continually being published, and sometimes it's difficult to say what country X did versus what the United States have done, or versus even what one state has done versus another state. But we are open to all of the ideas, and we're exploring those and trying to move this process forward as quickly as possible, as safely as possible.
Well, I think if you got teachers vaccinated and you put a mandatory testing program in place, and you said that if you don't consent to testing, that you have to go remote, I mean, then you're starting to talk about the realistic possibility of opening schools in the type of way that you're suggesting.
76% of our community that responded, and that's a great point, Margaret, about this is our kind of our normal sample size, says that they're in support of mandatory testing. So I mean, I don't think we're going to be fighting the community on this. With vaccinated teachers and mandatory testing, if that equals opening our schools and getting our kids back, with every family having that option to continue in the remote setting, then I think that is a very clear-cut path. If the community knows that that's what we're heading to, I think that they will understand those steps. Like, if this, when this happens and this happens, then this is where we'll be.
Yeah, I think that's logical. I mean, you know, I think we'd have a lot of support in the community if it was going to be used for that purpose. You know.
All right, so, you know, we said already that at the end of January, beginning of February, we'd evaluate where we are, so that's next meeting already or whatever, so hopefully there'll be more information with the vaccines, or maybe they'll be started by then. So that would be nice.
I did just have one other thing to, you know, I mean, we all have a different opinions on these issues, but like for me personally, like I don't necessarily agree that the only time we can get more kids into our buildings is after vaccines have been administered. And I think, you know, 5-year-olds are very different than 18-year-olds, and there's different, you know, I mean, you know, could you do 5 feet for kindergarten class and get those kids back in school more frequently? Or how about 6-year-olds, those types of things? I think there's more, you know, the concept of eliminating the all remote Wednesdays at elementary schools and using that to get, you know, more kids rotating more days in person. Yeah, I mean, we're serving a community that tremendously values in-person education. And I think we need to be doing all we can, every little opportunity that we have to get more kids in these buildings. We need to be taking it, and you know, I know we have different views. My view is that we can't wait until folks are vaccinated to pursue those plans, and we need to try, even if it's incremental efforts, that we should be continuing to look at those as we go through the next couple of weeks here.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that there are ways to move incrementally. And I think that we're generating some of those ideas and having some discussions with the various different groups of what that could look like. So, I mean, I think that some of the draft form of a plan would be, you know, where we would be when we get to that reevaluation in a couple weeks. That's where we want to be, is we want to have this concept of, you know, what can the rest of the year look like to get more kids back in the buildings.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Jim.
There are, and I am encouraged by your last statement that I think we should move incrementally. And in developing the plan that you're talking about, please look at other school districts that are close to us, that are in school, have more kids in school on a daily basis than we do. And please carefully take a look at how they do that and see if that can be implemented here. As well as look at other states who have, I mean, so many more kids in school every day than Illinois does. And how they do it and what their experiences have been, we've got to look further than the end of our nose. And we need to look outside and see what has been successful and, you know, implement that in our district, starting with the youngest children first, because they are least susceptible to contracting the virus.
So I think essentially it doesn't have to be one size fit, you know, you can do something different for kindergarten than high school potentially. So, right? Is that, you know, but the goal is more kids as soon as we can. Safely. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, safely.
I mean, that
but-
goes without
right,
saying. But.
Right. But, you know, as we heard tonight and as we continue to hear, you know, it's the loss academically that we have to put in the equation and the whole mental health piece that we have to put into the equation. We have always put the safety first, so no one can say anything other. We just know that there's more to it.
So we're in hybrid and we'll see how we are in 2 weeks, right? Okay. All right, so we have superintendent's agenda action item, adoption of resolution approving the Abbey property sale and transfer agreement between Elmhurst Park District to District 205.
Yeah, so there are some formalities because we're both state agencies. So what you did last time is, we expressed a desire for acquiring that property, and that allowed the Park District to have the appropriate conversations about whether or not they would authorize the sale of that property, and they did that last night. And so at this point, if you vote to approve this purchase, we'll finalize all the closing documents, and we've already begun some preliminary construction plans and all of those kinds of things. And the Park District is being very amenable to allowing us to access the site as needed in advance of any kind of formal closure documents. And so they've been very, very helpful with our people being able to begin this process of developing these plans. We did work with the entity that we're currently renting our current site from to work on getting out of that lease. And we were able to do that in September of next year, so we gave ourselves a little bit of a cushion just in case the first day of school in August is somehow or another doesn't work. But we think that the renovation will be very clean in that building, and we think we'll be on time to start the school year in the new facility. So we would ask that you approve this recommendation tonight with the rationale presented.
Okay, could I have a motion?
I move that the board adopt the resolution entitled Resolution Approving Agreement for the Sale and Transfer of the Abbey Property from the Elmhurst Park District to Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205, substantially in the form as presented and recommended to the board by the superintendent.
I second.
Okay, any questions? Jim?
Not so much a question, but I just want to say that, this is to find an appropriate and permanent home for the transition program has been going on for a dozen years. So I think this is a great day for our kids in the transition program. And I look forward to having that building renovated and ready for them in the fall. I think it's a tremendous step forward by our school district.
Yes, so I just wanted to reiterate that in the referendum question, it says acquire, improve, at the end, it says acquire, improve, and equip a building for educational purposes and acquire the site thereof. So that was put in with this intention, and here we are. So, and yes, it's nice to solve a problem that has gone on, have a good solution, long time. And the money that we're spending goes to our community, which is also nice. So,
Yeah, exciting step. I'm really excited for them. I'm excited. Sorry about it.
we'll look forward to hearing at some point, the visions that the committee and what that's going to look like. Is that it?
Yeah, they have a committee of various different teachers, parents. I haven't looked at the names for a while, but I can tell you that they have about 20, I think, people on there at this point. So I don't know, Kevin, if you want to comment on that, but I do know that our architects have begun, drafting some designs, and we certainly will keep you all posted on those things as they develop.
Yep, no, that is all that's going on.
It's 11 o'clock. All right. All right. Nothing else? All right, Jenna, you can call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Dr. Harrell?
Yes.
Mrs. Gaforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, superintendent's communication, tweet of the week.
Good evening to everyone. Let's see, it's still evening. Yes, good evening to you all and Happy New Year. It's the first time we're seeing you all as a body. So again, hoping that everyone is safe, doing well. Great to see the students coming back for hybrid this week. And RJ, tweet of the week. I don't know if it's visible. I can't see it from my screen.
It's there.
It's visible.
It is visible. Wonderful. This week, we are celebrating an event that occurs every month, and it is a shout out to York for the work that they're doing and bringing school just a little bit closer during this particular time in the pandemic. And it is the way that they're honoring their students of the month that is just so remarkable. I'm picking the December celebration, but this has been going on since the start of the school year, since Shahe has been on board. And it's a congratulations to the December Students of the Month recipients. We're so proud of these amazing students. Have a wonderful break, of course, and then see you in 2021. And they shout out the hashtag, This is York, at Shahe Bags, at Elmhurst D205, at York Activities. And if you look at the pictures, and they're about a series of 3 tweets that capture all of the students of the month, you can see that the principal went directly to their homes, of course, appropriately social distance, but with incredible branding in hand to give them a moniker, a sign to keep for their achievement as Student of the Month. So bringing the community just a little bit closer during a very tough time and really giving some students encouragement. So shout out to York, shout out to Shahe, shout out to his entire team. Very, very proud of you and very, very proud of our students.
Okay, thank you. All right, board communications, any board members have anything? All right, I just have very quickly, thank you, recognition to Jim, Margaret, and Karen for work with IASB, completing IASB work, so I will hand those out. And just wanted to end by just saying thank you to Dr. Moyer and the admin team for doing the logistics to get our kids back in school. And, you know, here we go. So thank you for that. And we have 3 upcoming meetings, regularly scheduled meetings, January 26, 2021, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting at 7 o'clock. February 9th, 2021, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting at 7 o'clock, and February 23rd, 2021, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting at 7 o'clock. And with that, we are adjourned. Board of Education meeting at 7 o'clock. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Why is that still quiet?
Should I be talking in here
What's up?
on the Zoom meeting?
Yeah.
Or the input
So
of the Zoom meeting?
anyone coming from the Zoom,
Yeah.
like you heard them fine in here, but for some reason they were cut heavily out there. It was on both of them. That's what I was doing here is, because I'll speak into it, which will go to the room.
You heard the light?
What? Yeah, that's part of the test.
Oh, because that's.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute. Sorry.
It,
Okay.
so, okay, once we can crack that thing open, we
Yeah.
can, like, I'm assuming for some reason someone cranked the room volume up.
I have to assume.
Because anytime we were getting that feedback on the stream, it was because there was an active mic. As soon as we shut that off, it was perfectly fine.
That. I had it open for a minute.
Yeah.